What is good, everyone? What is so good? Mm-mm-mm. I guess nobody else is live, so why not, right? Hallelujah, hallelujah. Mm. We are live today, and it's a beautiful thing. Mm. Who's in the building today with us? Have at thee. Whoo! What's up, man? We got the Friday night main event. Not trying to get sued. What's up, man? See, library card holder 4908. What's up? See, we're about to talk about some good old stuff today. Try to see how many people out there that have an open panel. Now everybody's still wrapped up in that Corey Holcomb, Anton Daniels shit. Shout out to them because they're giving everybody a lot of content, I guess. Somebody's got to ruffle the feathers. Get all your cigars or whatever paraphernalia you smoke. What's up, Otis? Ain't nobody coming to see you. Otis, what's up, man? See, I'm gonna I'm gonna say some controversial shit. Yeah. Hey, come on! Stand up! Face it straight! Shout out to all my video game fighting guys. You know the fighting video games. Street Fighter Alpha. You can't give up. Triumph or die. You know, when people think that a lot of men in this community thinks that we don't have versatility, we're a pretty versatile bunch. Yeah. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that when it comes to a lot of shit in this area of expertise, you have to understand there's a plethora of shit I could talk about. I don't have to mention one thing about the gynocracy. I don't have to mention. Oh, I haven't been following that, but I wouldn't be surprised either. I don't have to mention anything about black women. There's so much information I can literally speak on that I want you to really know. We got everybody's favorite Baltimorean besides yours truly, ABM in the building. I'm going to explain this to a lot of brothers out there, right? I am the originator of the multifaceted man. And you know me, I'm not a bragger. But I have to say some things that are actually true. Because if you don't actually stand up for yourself, black man, nobody will. I pride on being the channel that represents the multifaceted man and woman. I can literally talk about video games. When I was over Josh's house with my ex, quote unquote, Nightshade on the phone, notice we had a great conversation about parenting and growing up black. And remember when Josh told you about how he lost his mom? And Nightshade told you how she was like, what, 19 years old when she lost her mom and she just turned 38 on the first? That's not only talent, that's versatility. Remember later in the show yesterday when I was giving ideological and philosophical information about comic books? And once again, shout out to ABM beating me over the proverbial head saying, start that goddamn comic book channel, which is coming soon, by the way. See, this is what happens when you get brothers and sisters with talent. Once again, brothers and sisters with talent. We don't cry about the narrative. We could create our own shit. I don't beg anybody to like me. I don't beg anybody on here to like me, and I sure as hell don't do it in my real life. Fuck. Too many people don't understand versatility and talent. Too many people go about this world biting hands that feed them. If I really think about shit, right, and budget correctly, I don't even have to fucking work. Because just my VA benefits alone, and I manage shit, and I'm by myself or just my son, I don't have to do shit. Because I actually put the hard work and labor decades before where we're standing today. Anything else I do from this day forward, well, anything else I did after that, especially this day forward, is a benefit, not a necessity. It's an add on. I don't need to impress anybody. I can wear sweatpants with a goddamn hole in my knees and get women. Some woman's gonna fucking be found me attractive. Find me attractive. I don't look for women to find me attractive most of the time. I just go about my day and my business. If they do, they do. If they don't, they don't. I don't judge my masculinity through feminine eyes. People will say, "Oh, that's why you single." By choice. Remember, there's a lot of women upset that I didn't marry them. Well, you can put your link in the chat, man. See, people get mad. And at some point in my stoicism, I don't give a fuck. People say, you're going to die alone. I was born alone. I'm trained to be alone. Okay? Let's get one straight. I am trained to be alone. I am trained with the mentality that my son could hate me, which he does not. He loves the fuck out of me. And if he did, as long as I raise him properly to be a contributing member of society, I've done my fucking job. See, this is the difference between men and women. Men can say, I've done my mission, I've done my shit. Fuck you. I made you better than me. Fuck you. Let's stand in front of God and see if I did my job. What happens when men say, you know, I did my job, fuck you, do yours? Oh, my brother, the world ain't ready for that shit. Oh, my brother, the world ain't ready for that shit. So you got men out there who drive trucks, who are firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, who are police officers, soldiers, sailors, Marines, guardians, both coast and space, airmen, who do their job and probably got a thankless family, friends, and guess what they say? Fuck you. I've done my job. And that's the humbling thing about life. You'll get more people who you helped out in life to turn against you than to say thank you. I tell a lot of people, kiss my ass. I tell more people in my real life to kiss my ass than even on YouTube. You don't like it? I don't need to be around people. The older I get, I'm happier being at peace. What the fuck have people done in the last 5, 6 years for me? With the exception of a select few, just like on my channel. It took the select few to grow my channel. Like a Namer, like a AB, like a BGS, like a ABM, like an Otis, like a LAPD SWAT, like a Lewis Collier, like a Bay, like a Ray Hama, and others, like an Electrician 480, like a Toya, even Mella. See, the problem with the average motherfucker today in the world is they give a fuck about everybody's opinion and opposition instead of giving a fuck about the only thing that matters is your mission in life. In about 3 to 4 months, I may be permanently retired. I may be in a position where play money is reality money for me because I sowed seeds back when I was 17, and April 1st I'll be 44. Because I said I'm going to put the blood, sweat, and tears for 3 whole years, even though I did 10 in the military. But 3 years of deployments. See, I was technically deployed twice, but we didn't go over the other country, except the second time. So I literally missed 3 birthdays, you know, at an age where a lot of people were partying. And shout out to President Trump and the Secretary of the VA, where they made it a mandate that no veteran should be homeless. No veteran should be without sufficient health care. See, I literally, God forbid, can die the next day and the VA will pay for my burial and headstone and I'll get a fucking gun salute. Okay? But yet, we got motherfuckers in the community. The only way to bury them is to get a fucking GoFundMe. But you'll talk about me being the enemy. Would I move overseas to live? It depends where. I would definitely move somewhere where the weather's at least 70 all year round. And my dollar can stretch about 5, 6 times more than it does here. You gotta understand this, right? There's too many motherfuckers in the world, especially younger folks, who don't listen and don't learn. And it's not because you don't have enough sufficient older motherfuckers teaching, it's because you're just blind and deaf to fucking information and knowledge. You may be mad at me because I tell you not to cook something else. But guess what? If I cook something, it's gotta last 3 days. What you're cooking is only for one meal. Even the Bible talks about how if you give a man a fish, he only eats for a day. But if you teach a man to fish, he eats for a lifetime. How many motherfuckers are eating for lifetimes right now? What happens to creatures, neighbor, that refuse to evolve? They become extinct. And see, we have to realize this about extinction. Extinction happens two ways: either not paying attention, or B, not being equipped to survive. Perfect example. When a woman has a child by a man who's ineffective to be a man, a father, provider, and a protector, the survivability of that child goes down significantly. Okay? Even in my stories that I write, I talk about how people have to evolve, how people have to have just as many conflicts with their inner self than the outer world. That being said, we as a people need to understand that being a better person, you have to make very solemn choices. You must maximize whatever gifts, even if you're 5'3" as a man, to literally go out there and make your way. And you're an even badder motherfucker if you can do so with the ability to bring people with you. That's ultimate. Unfortunately, because of feminism, because of hubris, and because of many other things that convey modern thinking, and not in a way where it cultivates brilliance, but in a way that stagnates the mind. I know. I know, folks. One of the most disappointing things you can do for people is to lie to them, deceive them, give them false hope and bravado. There are some people out there in the world who don't understand when action must be taken. When decisiveness is the rule of the day. Because if I really want to, I have two certifications I could put on the back of my name: certified security specialist and certified corporate security management specialist. I don't brag about my shit. I go and I do a job. I go where shit needs to be done. Since my young adult life, I've always been in professions where angels fear to tread. We, as a people, invoke strength through that. We, as a people, had purpose because of that. We took away the ability to decipher our manifested destiny. We, as a people, reboot our divine purpose and obsession. So much so that we have people out there like an Anton who will try to make an excuse about slavery, saying that every civilization had slavery. Any and everybody with two fucking brain cells rubbing together in their head knows that antebellum slavery was significantly different from indentured servitude and even the quote unquote slavery of other cultures. Because last time I checked, you were not property. See, there's a lot of times I'm going to teach you one thing to everybody. I don't care if I have 60, or 600 live motherfuckers listening to me. If you want to learn to be a good investigator, go over the crime scene more than once, more than twice, more than three times. You need to master that shit. So much so that you can actually tell verbatim. You need to be able to look at fucking body language, eyes, eye contact, the pitch difference in a person's voice, because everybody's going to give away something. But what's the problem? And here's the number one problem, right? When it comes to investigations, because we're teaching today, you're supposed to suppress your feelings. You're supposed to suppress your bias. Okay? You're supposed to become numb. If I get a sexual assault of a known prostitute, her past as a prostitute means nothing to me because she still can be a victim, correct? We have to really understand something. Thank you for mentioning Joe Friday. Namer, get out my fucking brain. But I love you for that because great minds think alike. Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. How many times have I said in this space facts over feelings? When you observe, this is the reason why the shit between Corey and Anton was golden level shit. Okay? When people put their bias into something, investigations get totally fucked. Think about it. We have some nurses, mechanics, electricians in our sector. If that nurse or doctor have a bias against a certain patient because they're black, they're white, they're Muslim, Christian, atheist, straight, gay, male, female, you can possibly cause the death or irreversible damage to that person's body, mind, and soul. Especially in professions where you take a solemn oath. But because there's too much feminine energy in today's world and we tamp down the masculine, you ever notice that we're actually regressing as a people and as a nation? And that is a crime within itself, folks. Your biology is supposed to be something that wants to proceed as something better in life. Your biology is supposed to be something that is supposed to push the race forward. So, why do modern human beings crave to be intellectually backwards? Why do we have this obsession not to be intellectual, but to be a step above primal? You have more people who will celebrate the life and legacy of King Vaughn than a police officer who protected his community and gave up his life for his community. You'll have more people who will celebrate the life of a person who sold illicit poison to his people than the soldier who gave up his life in a war conflict. We'll make sure that the guy who's in prison on a bed get his commissary on damn near a blank check, then come together as a group or as a family and support a kid going through college. I want you to really think about that shit. We'll hate on a person because they have a difference of a political party, even if that person is for his people. But we will never say about the people who destroy our community. We will forgive ignorance, but in the same breath shun greatness. We will literally give those who are better more hell than those who become our destroyers. We will blame the man for the decisions of a person who tries to incentivize her children as a weapon to be supported in her campaign of getting government supported and protected extortion. But we will never tell that woman, let that man see his child. We won't even support and come in unison to go as a community to say that man deserves full custody since she violates constantly her legal court ordered writ. And a writ, by definition, is a court ordered document. We won't even do that. It's so shameful. The women of our community who are related to you will not even stand in unison with you to get that. It is downright shameful as a people to have a man who's supposed to have the wealth and low key notoriety of Anton to be not only an apologist, not only a coon, but a sympathizer of white supremacist talking points. We will literally look at this. Oh, he said he gonna step outside. Nigga, you didn't want to step outside. You try to up the ante because you knew one thing about Anton. He's a calculating motherfucker. Okay, he's gonna go and say, "Let's step outside," because brother Corey has to worry about his brand and his money, and that's not a good look as a 57-year-old man getting into a fight unless you have to. Because I've heard multiple content creators state that, oh, if he does this, you're supposed to go outside. See, and this is why I'm teaching you, not saying that everybody's beneath me before we have anybody of these trolls try to say, oh, he's showing that he's above you. No, because the beautiful thing about my channel is that each one teach one. It's sad that I have to actually put that disclaimer out, but this is for the idiots who don't actually comprehend. This is why I'm going to teach people this notion. Because, one, there is no shame in not knowing. There is a shame in still not knowing when you have the opportunity to learn. The silliness within this whole argument is that we have black men and women who disguise themselves, even in this day, that I'm for my people. I'm Christian first. Before I'm a black man, I'm Christian first. We have in that one argumentative scene a brother who couldn't even show, and he purposely went into troll mode when he didn't even make a statement that says, "This is what I say about liberal white women." No, what about the white men? Because there's a lot of conservative white men and liberal white men who fuck the country up. I don't care how much violence in the black community. That violence in the black community is heavily isolated purposely by the government. But if you notice, in the Caucasian community, their violence is very omnidirectional. For example, Anton and your supporters, who holds the monopoly on mass threats and mass shootings? Who holds the monopoly on sexual assaults, robberies, burglaries, DUIs, DWIs, assaults? And even if you go by the 52% of homicides is in the black community, how in the hell numerically can 48 million people outkill 165 million people? I digress. Hell, when it comes to police involved shootings, and this is how buck wild some of you country ass white boys are. And I got love for anybody if they got love for me. Whether they're country ass white boy, country ass black boy, straight laced tied white boy or black. But let's tell the truth and shame the devil. Y'all are 5 times more likely to be shot by the police than black men because your numbers are damn near what, 5 to 6 times greater. See, the media doesn't put the spotlight on those small towns where y'all buck wild and the fucking deputy sheriff had to put a hot one in your ass. Child abuse, you have the record in, but somehow homicides, we have the domination. Get the fuck out of here. Especially since a lot of you motherfuckers get charged with manslaughter and not murder. Tell that to a motherfucker who's never been a part of that system. And I've been a part of the system for 2 fucking decades. Damn near 3 if you count the military. To be purposely dishonest, disingenuous, and disruptive on somebody else's show, you, as a well to do black man, showed why the world looks at us as just one big nigga. And this is what the problem is in today's world of society. We have to make an option off of right and wrong. We have to make an option out of protocol. Everybody's got to be a tough guy until you have to be a tough guy. You never heard me once say that I'm a tough guy. I'm just a guy who did tough shit. I'd rather be the warrior in the garden than the gardener in the war. As the Isley brothers once so eloquently said, dress me up for battle when all I want is peace. Those of us who make the sacrifice come home with the least. In our community, we don't listen to the experts. We make assumptions and speculations off of hearsay than proven facts. And then we wonder why our reparations bill can't get past the House of Representatives up to the Senate. Because the greatest trick that was played on black people was that number one, you don't have a culture. Number two, you're not a real people. And number three, you had nothing to offer. But history dictates something else. We constantly love believing the sensational lie over the simplistic truth. So, when I gave that quick example about antebellum slavery compared to any other slavery, let me give you an example, right? The ancient Hebrews, and we're just going off the Bible, were allegedly enslaved by the Egyptians in Exodus. But historically, the ancient Egyptians were perfectionists. They would never allow slaves to build their monuments. But that's not here nor there. They would actually hire the best in the land or in the known world at the time who was the best at carving, who were the best at building, architecture, and would pay them handsomely to do the work. Slaves were not good at that. And when you look at the archaeological discoveries around a lot of these pyramids, these people did not live as slaves. They lived pretty damn freely. But that's for another argument. Let's look at the ancient Hebrews of Exodus. The ancient Hebrews in Exodus, and I'm going to ask this to you, chat, were the ancient Hebrews allowed to keep their religion? Were the ancient Hebrews allowed to keep their Hebrew names? Were the ancient Hebrew families split up? Were the ancient Hebrews considered equal to a dining room table? So dismiss me on that slavery around the world was equal. Were laws made against their race? How Joseph was literally the highest ranking individual in Egypt at one point. The only person that outranked Joseph was the Pharaoh himself. It's good to know history, right? Y'all like this, right? Note how much did I talk about the gynocracy? Very little in this hour, right? I'm gonna show you my intellectual prowess. So, even when Jerusalem and the Hebrew nations, or tribes, whatever you want to call them, were under the rule of Rome, you actually had King Herod as a monarch. He might have been a puppet for the Romans to a certain extent, but you still had your Sadducees, your Pharisees. You were allowed to keep your religion. You were allowed to keep your commerce. Hell, you were bankers. And the reason why you were allowed to get upper echelon jobs. And by the way, historically, in those times, and even in the 1920s and 30s, bankers were looked down upon even though they made a shit ton of money. But they were important to the commerce of the country. You were allowed to keep your religion. You were allowed to keep your temples, your places of worship. And let's compare that to the antebellum slavery of the American black. You were property. It took damn near 3 to 4 people to equal one person in America. You are not a full citizen of America, even though you've been here since the goddamn 1600s to 1500s. You have more lineage than the Italians, the Jews, the Asians, the Islanders. Hell, you probably got more lineage than 85% to 90% of whites in this country. You weren't even a full citizen until the Civil Rights Act. You weren't a full citizen of this country till 1964. But a guy like Anton could come online and become a sympathizer And that's the one mistake. Nobody on that. And I'm not chastising Corey for that because he's probably looking for other shit. But that nigga already told you what he was about. And Corey probably did pick up on that, and that's why he said, "You kiss white man's ass." So I'll give him that grace because he did call him out and say, "You kiss white man's ass." And that was the perfect. This is the reason why, like I said on AB Media's channel about that chick about why black men are not in church. Never interrupt an idiot making a mistake. Okay? And sometimes you gotta let a person like Anton talk, and he'll put himself in the trick bag, and you don't have to do shit else about it. You know how a lot of investigations get solved? It's not just because you find the evidence, both tangible and circumstantial, but a lot of times you let the motherfucker talk and you don't interrupt. It's the same way of like letting a woman be comfortable. And the more she's comfortable around you, the more truth she's going to tell about herself. Mhm. It works both ways, my friends. I would have had that motherfucker talking. I would have been so nice to him. I'd have been like, "Yo, what's your favorite drink? Let's get a few drinks, get you real comfortable." Asked a few questions and let him talk. See, one of the biggest flaws in our community is called diplomacy. Diplomacy toppled more governments than any bullet, bomb, arrow, sword, mace swing has ever done. What's the old saying? Loose lips sink ships. Strategic. I don't have to be adversarial to beat you. I gotta let you expose your game plan. Sometimes I'll give you 1 to 3 things about me just to keep the conversation going, just to keep the fire flame. Sometimes you gotta fan it a little bit to get that fire started and just let them talk. There are so many times he exposed himself because as soon as he would have said, "You don't have the comprehension," why get offended? Please explain to me why I don't have the comprehension. Because if you're a so-called conservative, or I don't know if he's a Republican or not, and you have some very liberal Republicans, by the way. Look at Dick Cheney's daughter. Just like you have some conservative Democrats who are not with that LGBT shit. Very few and far between, but you do have some. You let him talk. It's like the art of ninjutsu. You walk into your own destruction. It's like a really good Philly show, like Mayweather and his people. And quite honest, I think James Toney might have had a better Philly show than Floyd Mayweather. How do I know? Because he can be in the middle of the ring, he could be off the ropes, and he would knock you the fuck out just off the Philly show counters, and he would hit you with two, three pots, and not just the pool counter that you see Mayweather made famous. You let a guy get comfortable. You make it a comfortable atmosphere. See, in our community, because it's gynocentric ran, we develop this, how you'll say, overly emotional disposition. Some of the greatest, toughest men smile. It's this one guy who was a sergeant major in Delta Force. Skinny little nerdy white guy with the glasses. Smiling. But he was probably one of the most dangerous men on earth. He wasn't a thug. Skinny little unassuming white guy. Could slit your throat faster than what the fuck you could even perceive. See, we have this bastardized ideal of masculinity and toughness. Let's go outside. Why do I need to go outside to show you I'm tough? Because true toughness means I don't have anything to prove to you. You see Gabe A when he's stalking me on different channels. I fear him. Why would I fear you? I don't even know you, kid. Let's talk over here. I don't even know you. I'm not even bothered by you. You're no consequence to me. Like Colonel Guile say on Street Fighter 2. Go home and be a family man. You're supposed to be a married man with kids. Be that. Why are you trying to be tough? If you got 20,000 subscribers, why are you trying to come after me? For what? Go teach tech. Dr. Dunbar, 6'4", 250 pounds. Solid guy. Big guy. Even in normal athletic standards. He doesn't come off as this, I gotta be tough guy. Dr. T, about 6'3", 6'4", big guy. He doesn't have to be the tough guy. He's too busy. These guys are too busy being intellectuals. See, the tough guy is the guy who's doing things that are of merit and of worth that 99% of other people won't do, can't do, and are afraid to do. That's true toughness. True toughness is not some bullshit gang member running up on somebody unarmed, robbing them, or shooting them to death, or stabbing them to death, or running up 5 to 10 deep, beating up on one dude. True toughness is going to your educational institution, studying and getting the best grades you can. That's tough because everybody can't do it. Toughness is that man or woman going to that job, regardless if their feet hurt, they got a headache, they're hungry, they have a stomach flu, they got diarrhea, and still going to work. Toughness means reliability, not not uncouth violence. I like to quote my favorite Street Fighter character, Dudley. Ryu is known as the ultimate warrior. Dudley is known as the quintessential gentleman. And he said, and I quote, there is a distinct difference between uncouth violence and refined strength. We as a people do not believe in refined strength. Why? Because it's difficult. It's taxing. Shout out to Gigi, Green Gorilla. It's laborious. It's Herculean as a task in itself to be reliable. Regardless of weather, regardless of personal and professional relationships, regardless of environment, regardless of culture, being reliable is toughness personified. My wife and I got into an argument. Still got to go to work and take care of the family. Young kids. My parents are going through a divorce. I still got to do what I do as a child. A good wife. I came home from work. My husband's coming home later. I got to cook for the kids and I got to leave him a plate in the microwave. That's toughness. My mother was a crossing guard and a food service worker for schools for 30 years. I've seen that lady in thunderstorms direct traffic and protect kids, which is a very difficult thing. If you go out there with just a white glove and a stop sign, when cars are coming out during both rush hour and school dismissals, and you're in the middle of rain, torrential rain, and these cars don't have the same stopping know how, and she's literally had to grab kids. My mother's only 5 feet tall. She had to literally grab three kids and run them over and literally carry them because the car was speeding. And literally, by the nick of time, drag and pull these little kids to safety because this car spent out of control. That's toughness. My dad's a Vietnam vet with the Marine Corps infantry. Imagine having a pack that's 60 to 80 pounds and you're doing a 20-mile road march. That's toughness. Wanting violence and pulling up on people who are unarmed and robbing them is not toughness, it's cowardness. It's easy to go come up upon a person who's unarmed, unassuming. Toughness is going into a building or in a situation where they know you're coming, they're prepared, and you still go in that bitch anyway. Toughness is going to a job where everybody, including your boss and your boss's bosses, hate you, your coworkers hate you for no God given decent reason, and you still do your work to the best of your ability. Toughness is not trying to go out back. Toughness is being stoic enough to walk that motherfucker to his own destruction. Toughness is not yelling and screaming at Cynthia G. Is being real cordial to her and walking her down her own path of destruction and asking her, what's the opposite of a beta male coon? Because inquiring minds just want to know. I wish BGS would post that shit. Please clip it for me, BGS, if you can find it. I had to be in control of my emotions and not cuss her out just to get this thing. How you doing? How you doing, love? I'm Officer Faulkner, and you are. I'm Cynthia G. How you doing, love? I just have one question that's been on my mind, love. What's that? What's the opposite of a beta male coon? Timing beats speed. Durability beats strength. Intelligence and ruthlessness beats rage. But when I have shows that talk about being the quintessential man and woman, not going to get a lot of viewers. See, the difference is between an 18, 19, and a 26-year-old, 27-year-old, and a soon to be 44-year-old is that I got a plan for generations. They don't even have a concept of that yet. Men have to plant trees, and there's sometimes you may not live long enough to know their shade, to sit upon the shade of them. Men have to be stoic and smart enough to know I may not be able to see the growth of my people. Do you think our ancestors who were in chains could dream about the freedom that we have now? It is a concept so foreign, but they had to be on code to make sure the generations survived. But y'all don't hear me though. Maybe I gotta say these three words: gynocracy, gynocracy, gynocracy. But y'all don't hear me though. There are mothers throughout history who sacrifice shit to make sure their sons and daughters live the proper life. There's fathers who didn't even live to see their grandchildren just to put wealth in the family's name, just to build that fucking house so you could say, we have something. No matter what that fucking racist bastard say, we built something. Even if he died at 40, 50, and never met his grandchildren. Hell, there are some fathers who work themselves to death that there's some children he never knew. Y'all ready for this panel to be open? Give me a woo if you're ready for this fucking panel to be open. Because I think I laid down some good shit just now. Unlike a lot of content creators, I don't write scripts. I just talk. I'll have a drink, I'll have a smoke. Sometimes I'm not even smoking or drinking. Totally sober. And I'm just speaking from the heart, the body, the mind, and the soul. But let me know if I just laid down some real shit in the last hour and 20 minutes. Because I think that this 2026 Faulkner been hitting some good shit lately. A lot of you don't even understand how cerebral I can be about anything. I'll never say that I have genius level intellect, but I'm teetering on that motherfucker. Hell, I'm so controversial, I'll even go to combat sports. The greatest lightweight champion in UFC history to me is still BJ Penn. Even better than Khabib. And just that statement alone, I can bring anybody who's a mixed martial arts fan and have a debate and hold my own and argue my shit. But that's a true debate. Because a debate, you're supposed to debate feelings. Anybody coming up? I know somebody wants to come up. Let me know what you think I said the last hour. My boy just said he think Prime Connor's the best. I said Prime BJ Penn would have cooked Conor McGregor at his prime. Would cook Conor McGregor in his prime. He would cook Conor McGregor at his prime. He had just as good, if not better, hands. Of course, Conor would never want to see BJ on the ground. I'm going to tell you how good BJ Penn was. The first fight, he fought big as hell, 171 GSP. That first round, he was fucking him up. Fucked him up something fierce with his boxing. And he had tremendous trouble taking him down. And fucking GSP is the takedown artist of MMA history. And you can't take down this glorified 155er? That tells you how nasty he was. See, a lot of people don't want to use factual information because factual information means what? I have to be a student of whatever subject matter I speak on. You notice how BGS will go into the Tender Years Doctrine, the Monahan Report, Dark Ghetto by Dr. Kenneth Clark? You notice how Dr. T and Dr. Neil will go into their respective expertise? Notice when you ask me, both BGS, Dr. Neil, Dr. Dunbar, ABM, Namer, Ray, even Angry Man, and others, even O'Shea, when I give my expertise about law enforcement practices and military science. I even bring my fellow soldier and a former military officer. I even don't even like to say former because he still holds the rank. Why do you think I call him Captain Jack? Out of respect. Just like, even though I'm not with the police department right now, you still have to call me sergeant. That's my last holding rank. I was an acting lieutenant. Notice I give you factual, detailed knowledge and information. I'm the first motherfucker in the Black Manosphere to tell you about the FBI Uniform Crime Report. I'm the motherfucker who went through literally the numbers and showed you how the fallacy of 52% committing murders. I even told you there's some departments that don't even report when every law enforcement agency is supposed to. Because notice, shout out to Media Man. I've done that years before Media Man did it. No hate on him. I'm glad he has the bigger channel to get more exposure about it. Bravo, my brother, bravo. But notice, when I did it, I'm the catalyst for bigger channels to do it. I was a nobody giving you knowledge. I broke down so many crime scenes for this sector in a way everybody else was afraid to tell, oh, I'm a part of law enforcement. I'm literally the first person in the space to do it. I made it cool to be not only a soldier or a vet, but cool to be in law enforcement. The first person to do it in this space and not be a coon about it. And notice, I don't beg people to say, put me on this pedestal. Recognize me. I am not Roman Reigns. Acknowledge me. But I know what my contributions to this area has been. And thank you for the true believers and the few and far between who support me. If I have 900 people listening to me live, thank you. And I hope that you actually learned something anytime I clicked on my StreamYards and went live. Thank you for even donating a single penny to me. Thank you because you thought that something I said either gave you some type of knowledge, entertainment, or hope. Thank you. I want you to be better than me. I'm like Teddy Pendergrass, joy, joy to be walking with you, being near you. Think about it. I just came back home from PG County with my friend who was recovering from breast cancer, and she asked if I was hungry. She literally went into her freezer to get some fish out, some flounder, made some rice and some string beans, fresh, right there, sitting in the kitchen, listening to music while she's dancing and cooking. That's more endearing than just sexual endeavors. She asked me if I was hungry, and she enjoyed it. That's when you know you have love. That's when you know people give a fuck about you. When people are happy to see you happy, regardless if they benefit or not. I never refused a person a plate of food. Now, I may say, don't cook that because I'm making something bigger so we can eat longer. But I don't refuse people's shit. Hell, there were times I cooked shit in the house and I barely got a piece of it, if it. That's the part about being a multifaceted man or woman that I preach so vividly. You can have your religion, you can have your ideology, but when you come to the Akebulon Cigar Lounge, you bring your drinks, you put your guns, your broadswords, your tomahawks, your spears, your arrows, and your bows, your machine guns, your Mark 18s, your M4s, your Glocks, your 1911s, your Sig Sauers. You put them at the door because guess what? We all come in peace unless you're ready for battle. It's like that system of hotels in the John Wick universe. even assassins, soldiers, and bodyguards and executive protection agents have to have somewhere that's peaceful. But we don't acknowledge that because everybody's too big on being the number one nigga. Folks, we're being joined by CJ Rich and everybody's other favorite Baltimorean, AB. How you doing, folks? Tell me what
Good.
What's going on, man?
tell me what you think about what I said for the last hour and a half.
Okay, to be honest, I'm just now tapping in. I completely agree with what you were saying recently. Not being beholden to any certain script. You know what I mean? Yo, and a little background about me. I tapped in with you through Edward Anderson. So I have a pretty good idea. I've been listening for maybe the past year, so I have a pretty good idea on what your stance is on certain things. But I'll say it like this: I'm tapping in from Northern California. I'm from the Bay Area. I live in
Shout out,
Sacramento right now,
shout out to the bed.
currently.
Shout out
Yep,
to
yep. Appreciate that. I'm going through a lot of personal things right now, so I'm just like, uh, I say all that to say this. It's like, I'm my ultimate plan, to be honest with you, since I've taken care of everything I need to do family wise up here. I'm looking to go to the Philippines, man, within the next 5 years. I'm an engineer, an electrical engineer, so it's a transferable, skill set. I could do that pretty much anywhere. I work remotely right now, and that's where I'm at with it. But yeah, I just wanted to say that and say I appreciate your content, and I've been watching you for a minute, man. So I just want to let you know that.
I appreciate that greatly. You know how much I do. And what's up, angry black man? How you doing? You working hard or hardly working?
Hardly working right now. Bullshitting.
All right, best way to be. What do you think about what I was saying for the last half hour? And
Um, yeah, I agree, man. I agree, man. Anton, Anton, funny as shit. You know,
Oh,
he's
you
a.
touched on that. I got an opinion. I'll follow up. Go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say, Anton just, he just one of them. He's the reason why most black people don't want to be conservative because he always wants to be that middle of the road guy because it's about dollars. He don't want to piss off white folks. He's a white apologist.
mm-hmm,
You know what I mean? I'm a Christian. Like, come on, dude. Like, that's so weak.
mm-hmm.
That's so
Yeah,
weak,
he
and it
said
don't
I'm a
work.
Christian before I'm black. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off, but yeah, that
No, I
that
was
jumped out
listening.
to me.
It's funny you mentioned Edward Anderson. I was listening to Ed earlier, and he said that. You know what I mean? He said you never see a white man say ask a white man if they white. They never come back with I'm a Christian.
He
Like
articulated it perfectly. I never even thought about that, but yeah, I heard that too. Yep, got it,
Anton is fucking funny. Like,
man.
I hate dudes like him, man, because you never because Republicans, and I'm not a Republican, I'm an independent voter.
Thank you.
Registered, by the way. I can show you my registration card. It says
Me
what
as
they say
well.
here in
Yep.
Maryland, it says non-affiliated,
Same
right?
here.
You can get shit from the Republicans. There a lot of shit that black people bitch about. You can get from Republicans, right? For example, a lot of people was complaining about Maryland and the strict gun laws and shit. It was the Republican governor, Larry Hogan, who made that happen, even though the white dude had to get shot by the squeegee kid for it to happen or whatever. That's neither here or there. But the bottom line is that a Republican made that shit happen. You know, another one is okay, people bitch about child support and all that. It's the Republicans pushing for mandatory DNA testing at birth,
Mm-hmm.
not Democrats, right? But
As
what
they should.
happens is you get people like Anton, and that shit turns black people off
Mm-hmm.
from listening to Republicans and conservatives. But Anton will then come online and then say, "You niggas need to get off the Democrat plantation." Well, then niggas stop being a fucking coon. If you feel like niggas need to get off the plantation, and they all do it, Candace Owens, the Hodge twins, you know, on and on and on. They all say the same shit. Niggas got to get off the Democrat plantation, but then you niggas be who y'all are. You don't give black people a better alternative. And you got to understand. And this goes to show that a lot of these so-called black conservatives don't know black people. Like Candace, she didn't grow up around black people, so she don't know shit, right? Anton, you can tell, been around black people. So nigga, you know how niggas is. You can't do that coon shit. That's gonna turn people off.
Mm-hmm.
But he
ABM.
don't care because he gets his money, and at the end of the day, that's all that matters any fucking way. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
No, no, you spitting a lot of game, man. And I was trying to dial that point down. You think that the bag is worth it? Like, so he knows, like, okay, well, I want to articulate this properly. He's intelligent enough to know what he's doing, but he knows what he's doing is going to get over with some people, right? Like, when I say get over, I'm I'm a former pro wrestler, right? So get over in the industry means like if you want to be the good guy, get the people to believe you're a good guy. If you want to be the bad guy, get the people to believe you're a bad guy.
Trust.
So I'm saying he's trying to get his message over and he knows how to do that because he is somewhat tapped in with the black community, but he also knows if I can and I'm gonna land with this. I'll put a bow on it with this. If I can paint the narrative that Okori is a Democratic shield and I'm the one that's holding black people responsible, then I'll get away with that. But note, he never directly answered the question of what white men have done to fuck up the country. That's what Corey was asking. That's what he didn't want to answer, so he deflected. And to Corey's detriment, he got in, I'm not going to say he got in his feelings. I'm going to say he responded how Anton wanted him to respond. And he reacted, and that took it off track. I would have handled it differently.
And I'm gonna tell
Man,
you,
y'all
right?
got it.
I'm gonna tell you this. If we're gonna use pro wrestling, I like the ultimate tweener, like Yuji Nagata,
Tweener.
and I like to be the two greatest tweeners of pro wrestling history is Yuji Nagata. Shout out to New Japan and WCW, and Randy Orton. He's probably the greatest tweener in the last 15 years.
I didn't rock with him, but okay, okay.
He's a damn good tweener because he can easily go from heel to face very easily. He's seamless with it. Not a lot of people are seamless with it. So the fact of the matter is, in this space, I'm the tweener. Okay, and what I mean by that, I'm 100% for my people, but I'm not afraid to get in my people's asses when we don't do shit. As a matter of fact, to give you the perfect example of the ultimate tweener, even BGS got a little pissed with me when I said black men are the garbage men of the dating world. BGS was
No,
so
that's a fact.
BGS was he had to call me on my phone. I was like, "What the hell you meant by that?" And I gave him the reasoning. Will black men date skinny bitches, fat bitches, bitches with attitudes, bitches with good attitudes, bitches with jobs, no jobs, kids, no kids? What standard do we have for our women? And he was like, "God damn it, you right." He metaphorically had to shake my hand and said, "God damn it, you right." And that's why he ran with it when he did the octane and the beauty scales. Because here's the fact of the matter, right? When you got a guy like Anton, it's easy to take the lowest of our people and point fingers, but you never want to take the average of our people. I'm not even allowing people to say you're going to take the greatest of our people. Take the average of our people. The average
I feel
black
you.
the average black man and woman just wants to go home, go to work, come back home, and chill on the weekends or whatever days they got off. Pay some bills and be left the fuck alone. Chill with their friends, drink a little if they drink, smoke a little whatever they smoke. They are not trying to be King Von. The
Right.
average American is not trying to be a gangster. If anything, have you noticed historically when people of any culture wanted to have a good time, whose community did they come to?
Uh, I feel you, champ. That's the most laid back, the most
Except
accepting, if you will, and I think that's been to our detriment. I don't want to
it,
get too deep into that, but
it's
yeah,
quite a
definitely
bit
the most laid back, the most accepting. When you want to chill out, you're gonna hang around black people. Most definitely,
exactly
champ. You got it.
because you got to realize this: when they try to make black people with that Asian hate bill, they didn't tell the real story because all of us came from the hood. A down the hill, a down the hill. I'm a down the hill boy. I'm East Side boy. Chris is from 39th, 38th and 38th and Greenmount. He's from up there up top. Him and his family and his mom, who I used to be in a relationship with, they grew up on what's that fucking Beaumont? Well, I worked in the Northern. I'm an East Side boy. Some of my friends, my ex girlfriend, quote unquote Nightshade, she's from Park Heights, up top or down bottom. Okay, we are Baltimorean through and through. Even
I feel
Cam
you.
Even Cam and his brother, they from Hazelwood. So when you look at it, I don't have to fake who I am and claim a hood. My mother put this in our heads. So did my father. Just because you live in the hood, you don't have to be hood. We could have been in the projects, but guess what? You walked into that house, my mother would make sure that bitch is immaculate and spotless. There was no such thing as you bringing hood shit inside that fucking house. Same thing with my father. Even when they divorced, even when they were at each other's throats, metaphorically and physically, they made sure the kids were held to a standard. See, when you're held to a standard, let's say I hired you for my indie promotion, CJ.
All
How tall are you?
right. You want me to be real?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I'm an old dude, man. I done a lot of combat sports, but I'm 5'6", five
5'6".
six in this.
What's the heaviest you ever been?
Uh, 165.
165. I'm 5'10", 280. Right? Let's
Okay.
say we were going to have a match, and I'm going to put the title on you. What's the,
Let's go.
I'm the champion. I'm going to put the title on you. What's one of the most compelling ways to make you look like a champion? Is that one, I got to challenge you. I got to muscle you. I got to chop you. I got to put you in a reverse chin lock. And I got to show that you're a fighter. I got to make you the ultimate underdog, correct?
Exactly. Yo.
I, I give you your
Excuse me.
spots because you're light.
Yeah, and I get my high spots in. Yo, let me say before you continue to go, my my trainer told me I was going to be the next Rey Mysterio. Obviously, I didn't pan out. I'm 42 years old now, but yeah, I feel you, champ. Yeah, yeah. You got to beat me down, and then I get my high spots in, and then I go over in an incredible way, like a Hurricane Rana, a Super Rana off the top rope. And I
Yeah,
just pin you, and you kick out at the last second. I understand,
and then
man.
and then you catch me with some awesome move. One, two, three. You pan out. You run out the ring. I'm pissed. I'm
Yeah,
at the ropes. The ref gives you the belt, and the crowd's like, "What the fuck? What the?"
exactly. I
See,
know.
the beautiful thing about the pro wrestling is that I gotta always give back.
Right.
I like this guys. I like this
Get your
guy.
heat back. That's
I
what they
got
call it. Get your heat back. Yeah.
I like this guy. He's willing to learn. He's what did I tell you? What did I say, ABM, earlier, since you were listening to the whole thing? What did I say true toughness is?
Going to school, getting the best grades you can get.
Reliability.
Yeah, reliability.
Reliability is true toughness.
Hmm. Okay. I respect that. I like that definition.
That's true toughness. Because guess what? You could be, oh, I'm great at this. But if you only do it one time, that doesn't make a Hall of Famer if you have one good year, does it? You have to be reliable.
Negative. Understand this.
Hold on for a minute. Talk about yourself.
Hey. Well, I mean, since as I said, I got to this channel since through rather Edward Anderson, shout out, and um I also suffered the loss of my mother recently. So I wanted to acknowledge that. I just picked up her urn today and arranging the service. So you it's been
Damn,
heavy.
recently?
What's that?
Recently?
Today, man.
Damn. Sorry to hear that,
Yeah,
bro. Yeah, I've been there.
yeah, yeah.
Jesus.
So I guess I'm a 42-year-old orphan, but I'm not like trying to get I'm not trying to get
That,
tears, but
that
just acknowledging because yeah, I know that Edward went through the same thing last year, so I just wanted to acknowledge that I feel his pain, and it is what it is. I'm going
it's
through the
like it's like
arrangements. We're gonna have the service next weekend, and
it's like
it is.
it's like yesterday
But
when my ex were telling about how they lost their mothers. Josh lost his mother February last year. My ex, she lost her mother at 19. And you got to think
mm,
about it. A lot of times we come to spaces like this because right, wrong, or indifferent, everybody needs reprieve and time to grieve.
absolutely,
And this is the part that, and I'm going to say this, and this might be a little controversial. Parts of Anton don't make me think that he grew up around the average black person.
okay.
And I know ABM's going to get in my ass about that and other people, but hear me out. You're not going to, because if you notice, one thing about these fucking, and I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to say this since it's still in my brain cells. You know who's the coolest black conservative in this space that everybody loves and nobody has a negative thing to say about? Do you know who it is?
Who's a
ABM, do you
uh,
know?
conservative, like a self-proclaimed conservative? I can't tell it. I
Do
would
you
say SWP, but he ain't conservative like
know?
that.
Anybody in the chat know? You know who's the coolest fucking conservative in this space that nobody has a negative thing to say about and love him?
Hmm.
Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the panel?
I'm thinking.
You want me? You ready for me to give you the black pill answer?
The black pill answer. Let's go.
Sandog,
Okay, so I'm not familiar with him.
HBCU graduate, Army captain, Buffalo soldier, Muslim, live in United Emirates with his wife and his daughter. He's in charge of multi-$100 million worth of logistics.
Okay.
Coolest goddamn conservative Republican you will ever meet. And then the beauty of it is when he talks, we shut the fuck up. Because he blesses us with because he is black as black. Proud black man. Proud family man. He says, I may be a Republican, I may be Muslim, but I am not above reproach and I'm not above listening and learning from other people, as intelligent and worldly as he is. That why isn't a guy like Sandog the face of black conservatism?
Well, let me say this real quick. Let me interject and say that's great. That's the way. Obviously, I mean, you see my screen name, right? I'm in a different lane. CJ Rich Boxing and BS. But as far as the underlying principle, I always say I'm open to reproach. If you know more than me, then tell me, and I'll adjust my opinion. And that's just a matter of integrity and being a man. So. I stand behind that. If that's how he's carrying it, then he got my full support. That's what's up.
And let me tell you why. There's so much I learned from Sandog, and because he big bro in the army. Not only is he a little bit older, but he's also outranked me in the military. So that's big bro. That's the equivalent of the OGs and the so-called whatever gangs or affiliates. That's big bro. Just like he loved it when I told him my rules of protection. I learned about the ten rules of diplomacy, of international diplomacy through that man. When he talks, everybody listens. And he got so when he came to this space, right? I'm not going to name names, but there's certain individuals who hated on him because he was a registered Republican. And he said, why am I going to be with the Democratic Party if the Democratic Party says they hate me, but for some reason, this so called racist white man, I got more out of his ass than the people who were supposed to be for me? If I'm a family man with a wife and a child, and the Republican Party is presenting family first, as a husband and as a father, who is that going to benefit? The the party that supports single motherism, LGBT, or the party that supports me being a conservative man taking care of his family? This is the reason why I always say you vote policy over personality. I don't agree with everything Trump says, but guess what? If I'm getting more as a husband, as a man, and as a father out of this regime, why not? Why not?
Because he don't wear Chuck Taylors, Charles.
Mm-hmm. You don't crip walk.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hold on.
Same
Let me
reason.
play semi devil's advocate because I'm definitely not voting Democratic or Republican for that matter in regards to the presidential election. And I'm sure you've heard this argument before, but let me refine it to my own point. I'm more interested in the local elections, right? So I'm in California. I know no matter what I do in the presidential election, it's a blue state. That shit don't matter. Okay, cool. Uh, as far as the local, propositions, I do pay close attention to that. And I do that in my own regard. Um, Unfortunately, I got one ex-wife and zero kids, so I'm not a father. But I do respect, people, with family, and I want to move in that direction, right? That's obviously the way society needs to go. So I tend to vote in that direction in terms of a nuclear family. Um, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I don't really care about the presidential because in California, my vote doesn't matter. I'm not in the swing state. So yeah, I pay attention to local elections and I'm active in that regard. But yeah, that's about as far as I take it for right now. Again, I'm trying to go to the Philippines and I'll be overseas. Again, like I said, this thing just happened with my mother, and I still need to go through with that. I was her caretaker for the past 4 years. Shout out to mom and her memory. But yeah, within the next 5 years, I expect to be in the Philippines, just working remotely.
It's like this, right? It's funny. The same reason a guy like Sandog is not the face of black conservatism is the same reason James Baldwin is not the face of the LGBT movement. That's a statement, is it?
Wait. Can you restate that? I missed you. I got planes. I literally got planes going overhead. I'm right next to the airport. Can you
The
repeat
same
that one
reason
time?
the same reason Sandog is not the face of black conservatism is the same
Mhm.
reason James Baldwin is not the face of the LGBT movement.
Okay. All right.
Explain if you're able to do it because I know you might be doing some ABM. Explain what I just told everybody.
James Baldwin was for his people first.
hmm Go deep because we building your channel up. And if you didn't subscribe to ABM's channel, go ahead subscribe. We want this nigga to go live.
You can't be too black.
Okay.
You can't be too black in either one of these spaces, whether it's Republicans or Democrats, especially if you're a man.
Okay. Okay.
See, and then you know what I
I
mean
feel you.
with people like uh what's her name? Jasmine Crockett. She almost has to be performative with her black shit, right?
hmm
You know what I mean? The
Mm,
antics. But her
wow.
policies or I mean, if you ask somebody what has she got passed that's so supposedly so pro black or for black people or even black women, since they you know what I mean they always want to break it down to the gender, nobody can really tell you anything, right? And then the
Yo, you
Republicans, it's
spitting,
like
man.
you
I
can't
like
even mention like Republicans, you can't even mention being black. You even mention you black, it's like a turnoff for a lot of Republicans. Both of them play the
100%,
same
brother.
game. That's why James Baldwin wasn't the face of the gay movement because he was black first. As much as these liberals love to tell you that
Oh
they
shit.
it's like when white people say stupid shit. I don't see color. That don't make sense.
Did you know? Here's a black LGBT.
Yo, I'm about to sub to you right now. Hopefully I don't drop off. If not, I'm hop back up. But I gotta sub to this brother. He's spitting. Okay.
If you don't put
ABM,
your
right?
if
I
you don't put ABM, if you don't put your link in this goddamn chat, you beautiful light skinned motherfucker, you, because
Hold on, I got you.
people love you already. You're the second coming of Charles Faulkner. You're the most popular motherfucker who doesn't have a channel or
no, this
about.
nigga is like speaking through my soul. Like, he's saying everything I want to say. I'm like, God damn, okay.
I'm
He's
gonna give
spitting.
somebody. I'm gonna give somebody a black LBGT history lesson.
Okay.
True Trev, you still here?
Yeah,
True
yeah.
Trev,
Drop that. Please drop it in the back chat. That way I don't have to hop out. Because I don't want to drop off the stream.
True Trev, you still here? Who's still here in the chat? Let me know who's still here in the chat. Give me a woo. We got 10 people watching. I'm going to give you a little known black LGBT history moment. And I'm going to tell you how thorough this motherfucker is. You ready? You ready for this black LGBT moment, right?
Let's go.
You ready? You
I'm
ready?
not sure.
You ready, CJ? You ready, ABM?
I'm not sure. Oh, shit.
Because guess what? We support our own in this chat. We want everybody to be great. I'm not trying to be the greatest. I want because guess what? ABM's from my camp. Believe it or not, I had to beat Mr. Z to literally start his channel and look how great he's doing. I had to
Mm.
metaphorically beat him over the head to start his shit. All Star G, what's up, my brother? Whoo! All Star G, you ready for this black LGBT history moment? Does anybody know who Earl Hyman is?
Negative.
Do you know ABM?
No, sir.
All Star G, you know who Earl Hyman is? Two Triv, you know who Earl Hyman is? For all of you who don't know, Earl Hyman is the cousin of what's the singer name?
Phyllis.
Phyllis Hyman.
Okay.
Okay? Earl Hyman is Grandpa Huxtable.
Oh,
And
damn! I ain't know. I
and
ain't know
and
that.
by the way, if anybody been following me for more than a day, who's my favorite Thundercat of all time? Who's my
Panther.
favorite Thundercat of all times?
Panther.
I was gonna say Lionel.
Thank you,
Maybe
Two
I maybe
Trev.
got the game fucked
The
up.
Deadly Panthro. He was the voice actor of Panthro simultaneously as Grandpa Huxtable.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Did you know that Earl Hyman was gay? And he hid
Did
it.
not know that.
And people say, why don't you come out with it? He said it was more important for young black men to see a strong black man than just a gay one.
Yo, that's crazy. I mean, not crazy. I support it, obviously,
That's
right?
love, isn't it?
Wow. Yeah, that's amazing.
That's
Yeah,
love,
shout
isn't it?
out to him. Hell yeah.
Hell, word on the street, Uncle Phil was supposed to be a
Oh yeah.
LGBT guy.
Uncle Phil was definitely
But
Yeah,
is
gay.
I
Uncle
heard
Phil
that.
one of the greatest TV fathers of all time?
One of the greatest. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because he
Uncle
kept
Phil
it
was gay.
sturdy.
Uncle Phil was gay. Yeah.
Because he kept it sturdy.
And Jeffrey.
I can respect men
Jeffrey,
that
I don't
put their
know about that.
fucking race in front of their religion and their sexual orientation.
Yeah. Jeffrey
And
was
we're
gay
joined
also.
by, whoo, one of the esteemed brothers in this space, the Hurricane F5 himself, Edward Anderson. How you doing, Ed?
Yeah, I could be on here for like a couple of minutes, an hour or so. Yeah, I'm doing all right, you know.
What's up, Ed?
Yeah, what's up?
All
A
right.
lot has
Oh shit, let
Hey,
me
happened.
come back out.
the
A
channel on fire,
birthday,
man. Channel on fire.
uh, I still need to get better. I need to get rid of all that background shit. Where Charles go?
Nah,
Damn.
he be back. He
I
be
need to
back.
get rid of all that background music and shit, you know, background shit. But yeah, I'm definitely getting there. Once I get to the point, yeah, what's up, Charles? You sound like you're underwater.
Oh, me?
Oh,
Yeah,
you
some
good now.
feedback.
Yeah, we'll work with it.
Oh,
So,
okay.
think about it. He played two of the most pivotal people in the 80s. The man who raised Dr. Huxtable and the most dangerous, smartest, and strongest Thundercat was a gay black man, but he put his race in front of his fucking orientation. And he said it's more important for young black boys to see a strong black man than a gay one.
That's incredible. I mean, granted, it was more of a stigma on that back in the day, which you could argue is a good or a bad thing. But no, that's what's up, man. Shout out to him. He was like, yeah, I want young boys to aspire to be strong because maybe he saw the agenda. He was like, even though this is the way I'm doing my personal thing, I'm not trying to perpetuate that. So that's big on his character. That says a lot, man. Shout out
Because
to him.
you got to understand why I love Panthro. He had superhuman strength, which means he was strong enough to lift a 100-ton tank. He was not only the strongest, he was also a master of all fighting arts, which means if you're a master of fighting arts, that means you have two things going for you. You have discipline and you have intellectual prowess. Then on top of that, he was the smartest Thundercat. He took the space wreckage of the ship the Thundercats landed on Third Earth and made a tank out of that bitch. And if you raised a fucking guy like Dr. Huxtable, you a motherfucker. And even they say James Avery might have been LGBT. But guess what? How many just the Fresh Prince alone. And by the way, James Avery was also the voice of the Strutter during the original Ninja Turtles cartoon. He played the greatest father and one of the greatest classic villains of all time simultaneously as well.
No, that's my era. I know that. I know all that. Yeah.
And see, the problem is when I look at a guy like Anton, people said, look, before Corey Holcomb, see, this is one of the beautiful things about my career as a content creator. Before all these bigger content creators came about, I exposed a lot of people. Grandmaster Troll, Cynthia G, Amiri Brown, um, Anton Daniels. I exposed these niggas for who they really were. And I'm not a
Okay,
perfect
that's real.
and I'm not a perfect man, but I just said, look, I respect your differences, but be real about your differences.
That's all I ask. You carry it just like me, man. That's why I rock with you.
But go ahead, Ed. I know you got something to say.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, burnt with the anti thing. Got some videos I need to put together, and I kind of burnt out with that. There's so many different angles to that with. What I will say is a lot of black folks love reality show, and that's one of the reasons why Anton is come up as fast as he has. And a lot of folks, is going to be interesting because this is an election year, and you're going to have folks coming here with their opinions. And a lot of folks that listen to him, they're probably not Republicans, they're probably not Trump supporters, but they definitely bypass that just to deal in the reality show that is like what he puts out there. And he may not be as goofy as like Charleston White is, but at the end of the day, folks look past a lot when they watch him, and even with a lot of hypocrisies and stuff like that. And in that way, it's very fascinating to see how even in 2025, black people, it's the same thing with pressure, where we know what Myron has said, we know what Myron has done, but black women literally let Nick Fuentes call him a hard on like right to their face. Now let Tommy Sotomayor be on there and call a chick a B because that's what she was acting like. Now we fight. But that was that would have been unconscionable for them women to do that with Nick Fuentes there, even though he ain't white like that. So it's very interesting when people ask like the why questions and they already got the answer. They just want somebody to tell them it's gonna be okay, and they'll figure it out. But The other thing too is I think Corey is really waking up to the fact that a lot of people don't like Corey, and it's not even just Corey. A lot of people don't like his archetype. A lot of people getting tired of that. You know that like I'm gonna testosterone my way past shit, and I'm not even saying I like Corey Holcomb. I understand what he was trying to say. You know, saying that Corey Holcomb panders to black people, he actually does. Corey Holcomb's critique to everybody, including other street Jews. He does that the least because he identifies with that. But he has Corey is, you know, he has lost real money because of this. So I could understand why he got mad when you was just doing that back and forth. So yeah, but I think he's getting a wake up call. I know Joe spoke on it too on his old what show, but it is what it is, you know. But I do think this is the beginning of a blood feud, though, like a Tommy and yeah. Actually, I think he's gonna be the new Tommy because I've been recording like Tommy for the longest time.
Tommy versus everybody.
Yeah, and that's when Tommy had to kind of calm down because you had like, you know, Jason Black, Corey, and Tariq on your ass, and then you had all the other stuff that was there too with him getting his head kicked in. I mean, I will say this: Anton is more disciplined than Tommy was, you know, in that way. But you know, and BG shit, it's crazy. Anton's actually bigger than Tommy. God, you know, well, Tommy did get to 900,000, but you know, but the main thing I wanted to talk about when you get a chance is the Kathleen Kennedy thing. But yeah.
Oh, we get there. Trust me, this is open panel. See, Kathleen Kennedy reminds me of a lot of broads in the department.
Yeah, because you know she's stepping down, right? You know it's over.
Of course. I had an ex. Matter of fact, from what I heard from my boy, she's second to become a lieutenant in the department. This is the same bitch who complained about everything. And I warned her. Have you noticed, Ed, throughout my history, when I warn people about certain criteria and certain people, how many times was I right, Ed?
Got a pretty good track record.
When I told people about Marilyn Mosby, I said, watch that bitch. She's dirty as shit. I'm not afraid to be controversial. When people talked about police involved shootings, I stood on my square and said, look, it may not be pretty, but it was right. I'll tell you, the one reason why people in Baltimorean terms, why people starts to fuck with me, is because I was honest about shit. I tell you, if the shooting or the incident was right or was wrong, that person's going to jail or not. Oh, when that chick shot that dude in the apartment building, I said, yeah, she going to jail. People were like, no, she ain't gonna go to jail. What happened? She went to jail. And I even proved to this when that black female judge gave her a hug. You think she would have done that to a nigga?
Bro, that was the fucking weirdest shit. That entire trial like was weird as fuck. Didn't the judge come over and start combing her hair?
Yep.
Yeah, and that
Hold
judge
on,
Yeah,
let
was
me
heavy
get
black.
this
set
right.
black
Y'all
woman.
talking about that shooting in the apartment with
Yeah,
the
Amber
non
something.
FBA dude. I'll say it like that.
Yeah,
But
Amber
that
Scott.
shit.
Yeah, he
the,
was
the
Haitian.
cop shot him in the apartment, and then she came over and hugged her.
Yeah,
Amber
That's
got.
the
into
trial.
a mammy.
Thank you.
That's what a mammy is.
Thank you.
Okay,
Amber
Dog,
Guy.
if you remember what that judge
there
looked
we go.
like, she looks like a mammy.
She was a big mammy.
She
That's
was a
why
heavy set black woman. Yeah.
Both Ed and BGS act. They were damn near throwing money at me, saying, "Please give me your expertise on this shit." I told you she was gonna go to jail. Niggas in this space will up and down. She would get off. I said, "Not in this climate. Not in this climate." Niggas told me that I was wrong. Once again, I was right. She went to jail. And I'm going to tell you why. Climate of the environment is almost as important as the environment itself. Okay? I have buddies of mine who got fired from the department, even though in the GOs at the time, they call them policies now, if a person comes at you aggressive, gritting their teeth, balled up fists, you can strike them first. Which is what? Feasible for not only just a reasonable officer, but a reasonable human being. CJ may only be 5'6", but if I come at him aggressive and look like I'm about to hurt him, would it be feasible for CJ to hit me with a two piece?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Off top.
Why? Because you don't know what I know. You don't know what I got on me.
Right.
You're threatened. If I'm coming to you with a threatened point, so why would you fire somebody and your policy said that also was right? Then on top of that, you're only going off of a street. This is North Avenue and Greenmount. And he's breaking up a domestic, and the dude said, I'm going to fuck you up walking on him. So my boy hit him with a two piece.
Hey man. Say man. Yeah, it's
But
fair
the,
game.
but the
Absolutely.
department, like a bunch of bitches, oh, the drink of choice is some XO E and J. Trust me, don't knock it. That shit's smooth as shit. Smoking the LFD right.
Oh man.
Guess what? If you're not trying to play Hennessy prices, go get you a shorty bottle of E and J XO, and that's some of the smoothest brown you'll ever drink. Hold it got to put me on with that shit. That shit is smooth as fuck.
Yo, ENJ XO, they stepped the game up. That's crazy. Okay. I
It's
ain't
smooth.
fucking with ENJ back in the
It's smooth
day.
as fuck. And I'm gonna tell you what's the funny part about it. When you have people like, and I'm glad you brought up Kathleen Kennedy because we could do Kathleen Kennedy like many things. Like I said about my ex in the department, she's second to be a lieutenant, so she's going to be a lieutenant this year. This is the same bitch who tried to say, well, females will never have a fee because, she lost twice to Obama and Trump. And I asked her,
Mm.
is it important to have a female in office or is it important to have a female who's capable in office? Because I
Oh
checked
shit.
that really quickly. I said, I noticed this one thing about females because not one bitch, and I use the term bitch because we know the difference, because I know because in my channel, like soon to be ABMs, make sure everybody subscribe to ABM. Ed, if you could do me one favor, and I don't ask Ed for too many favors, promote the fuck out of ABM's channel because
Yeah,
ABM is
man.
going to give
You
you
was
some
going
black.
in.
He's going to give you some black pill shit for your ass. And this is a hard-working black man in Baltimore who's married. So everybody who's hating on him, he probably don't like black women. This is a married black man who got adult kids who are successful. Shut the fuck
Oh
up. You
wow.
you
Okay.
got nothing on ABM. Fuck you. You come for ABM, you come for me. And I'm coming for your ass. So, that being said, do me a favor, Ed, promote the fuck out of ABM's channel. That's the only thing I ask. I might come for other favors later this year, but that's the biggest one so far. And I'm going to say this. For all you black women who voted for Hillary, y'all were dead quiet and y'all ain't say shit about Condoleezza Rice. Hmm. Y'all were dead quiet about Condoleezza Rice.
If you ask any woman,
Hold on, champ.
like particularly black
I'm
women,
ignorant. What did she do?
give me. Well, I
Hold
mean
on.
in general,
I'll tell you after Ed.
give me
Okay.
like it's not fair to ask you five. Give me three women that legit could like. I'll give you two categories: three women that could win, and three women that if they did win, they could do the job. Like people that okay, let's say they won. You reasonably could believe they would do a good job. Can you give me these three? And most of these females can't because they don't. Because they only any female. These motherfuckers. If AOC tries to run for president, they'll take that seriously. If what's her name? Jasmine Crockett runs for president, they'll take that seriously. Even though Jasmine Crockett has only been in Congress, U.S. Congress, she hasn't even completed a full term. People act like she's been around for a minute. AOC has been around longer, but AOC is not serious. I don't even see where AOC would even be in any of the secretary cabinets, even in the second tier ones. So I don't ever. I mean, she's in New York, so she wouldn't be governor. She wouldn't be. I mean, hell, Mandani won for mayor, but no, she probably wouldn't win for mayor. I mean, so you would. So yeah. So I mean, the point is, they just want the validation of a woman in charge. That's what they want. Hell, they can't even tell me women that could probably make a run for the governorship.
No, well articulated. Yeah, exactly. The validation of a woman in charge. I agree with that verbiage. Yeah, definitely. It's just, the symbolism of it, right? Yeah, we can do this. We run y'all motherfuckers. Yeah, okay. Got it.
And as much shit as they talk, you think they are in as many mayorships as they are without black men voting for them? We added black female senators during a Trump year, and black women don't give black men no fucking credit for that. In Delaware and in Maryland.
Yeah.
And that was a competitive race. That governor was a very popular governor.
And you telling
Okay.
me this lets you know how stupid the people of Maryland are. The best governor we had in 50 years. If I'm lying, ABM cuss me the fuck out if I'm making that statement incorrectly. How the fuck is it that what's up, Jesse? God damn, we doing the after show, Sir Jesse. Well, I got to do the Sir Jesse out of respect, but we country folk too sometimes. Jesse, bring your ass up here. It's been a while, my brother. How you doing, my sophisticated brother, Sir Jesse, ladies and gentlemen, Sir Jesse. Um, you had a guy who put Maryland at a fucking 5.5 billion surplus. For those of you who don't know what a surplus is, regardless of what we got from the state to put us in the black, which means we break even, without even without federal funds, this motherfucker put us in a surplus where we had billions of dollars before federal funding even hit the state of Maryland. Maryland, at several points during his 8 years, was one of the richest states in the fucking nation. When Westmore got here, we got into a $7.8 billion deficit. How, Sway? How? But going back to the Kathleen Kennedy, and the reason why I use my ex as an example, you get into these positions of power, you look at a guy like Reginald F. Lewis. The first black billionaire came from Wood City, ABM. Did y'all know the first black billionaire and the first black billionaire to own $1 billion plus company came from the city of Baltimore? Reginald F. Lewis. You know what his famous quote was, Ed?
What?
Why should white boys have all the fun?
Oh, I had no idea. Shout out to him, man.
So, you telling me you get in these positions of power, women, not just black women, but women, period. And what you do is, instead of saying, I need to rock out with my proverbial cock out or clit, in their case, you go, and this is the one thing I call them a failure. For a lot of Gen Zs, Ahsoka, they grew up on Ahsoka during the Clone Wars. You didn't make this bitch endearing the way she was in the series. She was the rookie
Yo,
ups. You telling me I'm writing a story, and please Ed, put your fucking your email in the chat so I can send you some of my chapters to tell me your critique.
Okay.
When you write a story about enduring characters, regardless of their race, religion, or whatever, people have to have this character relatable. One of my characters is a 9 foot tall black guy. Not going to tell you too much about it because people steal your shit. He's the equivalent of a PhD in theological studies. His powers are based on his faith. That sounds pretty fucking interesting, doesn't it? Did I not break
yeah,
the archetype of the big strong guy being actually intellectual?
right. I understand.
Would you be interested in reading up on a big strong black guy who's 9 feet tall, who had to challenge his faith and challenge himself to say, when am I supposed to be the shield and when am I supposed to be the axe? That
Mm,
sounds that sounds interesting already, doesn't it?
Yeah,
What do
absolutely.
right.
they? They go with the girl power shit, and not in a good way. Because when I
No,
grew up in the
unearned powers. Yeah,
be-
that's the main problem. Not to interject, but yeah, unearned powers is the problem.
because guess what? Unearned power means what?
No
She
responsibility
and no, and guess what?
to bring it back to a real world. Yeah, no responsibility for your actions.
We don't respect somebody who had the easy way of going about shit.
I try to tell women this. You got it, man. You got it.
No, go ahead, talk your shit.
No, no, it didn't last. I okay. So I'm like, I'm from East Oakland, right? But I live the other half of my childhood in the suburbs, so I'm like, half and half in that regard. So I say that to say this, man. I dealt with a lot of white women that were like very rebellious, right? They think that the black dude, if you want to rebel against your parents, that's the dude to be with. That's the type of woman I tend to attract. Not they were necessarily hood, because I don't deal with a white woman that wants to be black in that regard, like carries herself as a hood chick and tattoos and all that, typical, what I'm talking about. I don't deal with that. But, overall they did want to be rebellious, late 20s after I got divorced, late 20s, early 30s, they were trying to, bounce back and but they thought I was just going to have so much leeway and be more liberal with it, so it didn't really work out. So that's for any of y'all. That's a unique perspective, I think, for a dude living out in the burbs. Like, it might not necessarily work out because they expect you to just be like the opposite of what they think white men are. They're like, oh, white men are conservative and have all these standards. Like, no, I'm an electrical engineer. I have some standards for myself too. You can't just do whatever you want to do. So yeah, that's been my experience. So yeah, if that made any sense, I got some standards about myself. And white woman, you can't get away with nothing just because the dude is black. Don't mean you liberal like that and just gonna bend over backwards for whatever you want. Y'all got it.
Yeah, basically my issue.
Anybody else want to take a take?
Yeah, my issue with Star Wars, Disney
Anybody
Star.
else want to go in?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Because you got to understand something.
Can you hear me?
When it comes to being conservative, nobody was more conservative than the black man. Okay? Nobody in the history of fucking blackness was more conservative than the black man. That being said, and everything full, is that to this day,
Yeah, I was trying to say something, but somehow my mic got messed up.
oh, go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead. Go.
my problem with Disney Star Wars was such a they decided to take on a policy of social engineering. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I can make the argument. Well, I forget the time. I'm blanking on the term. It's like fiduciary responsibility. They have a fiduciary responsibility to investors, and I can make the charge under Bob Iger. They broke that fiduciary responsibility to make money for the investors. They basically decided it was more important to socially engineer than to make movies, and not only movies. The movies are really an advertisement for all the other of Disney's verticals. So their theme parks, all that. The movies actually don't make Disney the most. It's really the theme parks for all the merchandise, the theme parks and the merchandise that they sell. Really, theme parks do merchandise and other merchandise and all the other stuff. They basically decided that it's more important to socially engineer under feminism. And by the way, they did this under Kevin Feige to a certain extent as well. After the Avengers era was over, and they redid it, and they made a decision. Did this even in a regular Disney verticals, even more so. But the thing is, and BGS has talked about this, you talked about this, Charles. Marvel and Star Wars were male related. The rest of Disney more aimed at females. They wanted to convert that, but they also, but really, it was also about social engineering. Now you could argue their big investors like BlackRock and stuff would have been involved. Understand that their job is to try to control men. They know they can control the women. They know they can control the women for advertising and management. And so throughout that time, they created movie after movie after movie that did not work. For instance, they did, Star Wars World One work, but that kind of worked by accident. Even women that they could have pulled up, like for instance in Marvel, the Scarlet Witch, Elizabeth Olsen was a well-liked actress. They had moved her up the chain as far as her story, so it didn't look like they gave her a reason for her power ups and all of that. Made her they worked with her correctly. They went away from that again. Rogue One, they could have easily did a Rogue Two, and that probably would have worked with the bosses. My point is that they made a decision to socially engineer, and that goes all the way up to Bob Iger and also the institutional investors in Disney. I would argue they fucked over like 14 years of stock value to a certain extent by managing the price by, because they could always do like horror movies or different movies to kind of make up for the movies, the losses they were doing. You can really charge Bob Iger with that, like really.
Okay.
But
that brings me home.
Yeah.
I hate to interject, Ed, but to put I'm gonna let you put a bow on it. But my question is this: you think they gave up short-term profit for a long-term agenda because in the long term we're gonna get women to keep going and really buy into our product, our brand? Is that what
they
you're
gave
saying?
up short-term? They gave up short-term product. They gave short-term, medium-term. Well, the record to be seen when it comes to long-term. But the thing is, women aren't supporting these movies. Women didn't support Captain Marvel. It was more men that went to see that shit than women.
So
Women
they gambled.
Okay. Well, no, they knew what they were. Here's the thing: they didn't gamble. They knew what they were doing. They know who they need to hire, editors. They know the young talent they need to do, editors, writers, to get an outcome. They went out of their way to hire people purposely that would sabotage this stuff. Like what was it? What was the last show they did that really bombed with the two black chicks or the black chick that played the twins? You know what I'm talking about? They know this stuff will not work. The statistic is so anyway. So my point is it's all about social engineering. All the stuff that they do is in order to get the women to be a buffer class, so the men are constantly having to deal with the females and not dealing with the real problem, which is the elites and their meddling. That's really what it is. And the women are stupid because women don't build.
Damn.
They don't overturn society. They nest in it. So this goes back to them wanting a female president. It's like this carrot. And because they're invested in the system as is, not understanding is actually fucking them over. That's why when they complain about men that have sexual leverage over them because they create a situation where they're all chasing a certain percentage of men, now they're mad. That's the reality they create. But whatever. But yeah.
Champ. You go on black pill. I can't disagree, but it's like,
it's not black. It's not really black pill. It's just like the thing about black pill is 95% of people that say they're black pill are not really black pill. It's just some bullshit that people like. I'm not. There are some black pill people, so
That
I'm not
shouldn't
going to
cool to
challenge
me.
that. But what I'm talking, but like a lot
Okay.
of this, yeah, because this is the awareness. Black pill would be like, there's nothing you can do. This is how power works. You can never overturn power.
Yeah,
Black pill,
yeah. No, I feel
black,
you.
black pill is like best example I can give about black pill is actually me. I'm black pill because every job I had since the age of 17, I had to see the real world for what it is, not what I wanted to be, not what you're indoctrinated to be. I'm the first
Mhm.
person to say this in the site. What's older than love and hate?
You said
Fear?
old.
What's older than love and hate?
Fear.
No. Survival and killer instinct.
Okay. But I'll argue that's based on fear, but I got you.
It could be in a certain extent, but guess what? We developed kill or be killed before we developed love and hate, right?
Yes, definitely.
We don't hate the tiger or the lion who has to kill the gazelle or the deer to eat, right? Because that's just what it is. In order to eat, what this is a black pill statement in Dragon Ball Z for all you anime fans.
Oh, that's me.
Shout out to Lord Beerus. The most black pill statement in all of Dragon Ball history is this: before creation must come destruction. Would you agree?
Right. Absolutely.
In order for me to build houses, what do I have to destroy? Trees, mud, dirt, earth. So when you put women in a position to create, what do you usually get? It takes exceptional women to create. Because if we went by the narratives of women, we would still live in caves because caves are easy and safe. All of these luxuries we have in this artificial environment we call urbanization or homes were not because women said, you know what, we're going to collect stones and build a house. That's never been. Think about it. The military, since about 10, maybe 15 years ago, allowed women to go into combat arms. Hey, I'm not even going to argue with this ignorance. Mods, do your thing. Weapons free. Time them out till 2 weeks. A lot of y'all got wrenches. Time them out for 2 weeks. If you're gonna come to my channel when we're having a serious conversation,
So,
time
right.
him for 2 weeks. Come back when you actually know how to conduct yourself as a fucking adult. Do your job. Time them out. Don't even see the reason why I don't exclude people because when you time them out, that makes a motherfucker no time his ass out. Time his ass out. And the reason why I say this is because when women get the opportunity to lead, so called, so forth, they don't do so well leading.
Bruh.
Even your teachers in the United States are women. Are we producing smarter children or more inefficient children?
Okay. Please allow me to speak on that. I don't
Go
think it's the fact that it's women because, as far as I know, again, I wasn't alive in the 50s. I came along in the mid 80s. I'm an 80s baby. I'm 41, about to be 42. I
ahead.
say that to say this. Um, no, no, no. It's like how can I define it? Okay, the women themselves have changed, right? Like the women back in the day, even if it was an equal amount of women's teachers, which judging by, and I know I'm gonna sound ignorant, but judging by like the Wonder Years and media I seen back in the day depicting the 50s, Happy Days like that, it was women still teaching. So I say that the quality of the women has changed. They're not as like they're more selfish. I'm sorry, man. I hate to say it like that, but that's the best way I can put it. They're more selfish, so the quality of the woman has declined. They don't care about the kids as much. They're more into themselves. They're on the phones.
And I'm gonna
So
tell you, you ask why is that? I'm gonna explain why is that. Number one, women got all these rights. Women got the ability, and correct me if I'm wrong, ABM, Ed, and CJ, and Chad. I sound like a what? No, once again, folks, weapons free. You don't need my permission. Don't ban them, time them out. Because guess what? Reason why I don't ban them is because why? These motherfuckers are trolling, but they giving me more viewership, so I love it. But time them out because
right.
they don't learn. Matter of fact, time them out for like 20 minutes. I appreciate your viewership, but
I'll bounce right back.
here's the reason why. Why would you ban them? I didn't say notice asshole. I didn't say ban. I said time out. But back to when a lot of women come out and have a chance to do things, and one of the biggest pushes for women has been what? The 94 welfare reform, where they sent a lot of women into college who didn't deserve to go to college. A lot of women in 94 got jobs, especially in the government, who didn't deserve to be there. I'm not saying there were never women who didn't deserve to be there because I'm a bigger feminist than the feminists. Why not promote the women who are capable?
Are you talking about
Why
actual
are you so
equality?
old? Why are
And
you
I'm
so
not a.
hostile? You're old. You must be lacking in your testosterone. Okay. Obviously, you got daddy issues. That's why you coming to
Oh,
the niggas channel who fucked your mama.
you trolling, but
Um,
oh, Ed dropped out. But
I don't normally
no,
do
man,
this,
you
but
you you got a good point. Let me
does that
ask
look
you
like I suffer in lack
exactly.
of testosterone? See that?
No, I know
I got a
you
horseshoe in my fucking shit. That's a
you say
horseshoe.
lifting. Yeah.
Okay? Okay? Look at that. That's a python. Okay? I don't have shit to prove to you. See, I can show my real self. What about you? And you're right, All Star G, because some people don't deserve to speak. That's why. When you look at women when they're given positions, do women tend to help the whole community or do they selfishly help themselves?
Damn, champ. I
Women
mean, you put a point
biologically
on
are
it.
selfish, as they supposed to. I've never,
Yeah.
not one time, have you ever heard me say women are not supposed to be biologically selfish. You're supposed to get the best genes. You're supposed to pick the best fathers. But guess what they
Thank you,
failed at?
Charles
Picking the
Faulkner.
best
It's
fathers.
not. I think
Why would you
that's the
have babies
misunderstanding.
by men who are horrible fathers? Because you just wanted the genetics.
That's
Before,
the
you picked the men
misunderstanding.
who can
Can I?
hunt, who can provide, who can protect, who can make great decisions. Currently, you just pick the niggas who are just great genetics. So when you only pick genetics only, you lose.
Can I make a
And
quick
that's the
point?
problem. Because when you're given the directive to say, hey, you have the ability to do what any man heck he can do, and you fail miserably at it, the only motherfuckers you can blame is yourself. The only motherfuckers you can blame is yourself. That's why. It's simple as that. When you've been given the chance to go to infantry because you said you're just as rough as tumble as any man, are you willing to give up your life historically like men are?
You mean
Are
like the
you
movie
willing
G.I.
to
Jane?
do the dirty work that men have traditionally have done?
Can you hear me, Charles?
That's the ultimate test of not only manhood, but adulthood. You're not lying about that, All Star G. The weirdos came out tonight. See, it's funny, right? I'm barely mentioning the gynocracy. I'm including a lot of folks in this shit. Back here, ABM. Good to have you back.
Hey, can you hear me?
Notice when we talk about real shit that affects us as
Can
not
you hear
only
me?
black men and as a nation,
Oh, shit,
I
like,
get
fucking
these
weird,
weird
yo.
basement dwelling fuckers trying to derail the conversation. But if I go to their
Charles,
channels, you're not talking about anything. See, black men are not lonely. That's a white boy's problem. We made our we see this is the ultimate all star G in chat. Can I go black pill with this statement I'm about to make? Give me a woo in the chat if you want me to go old school Baptist revival black pill. Give me a woo in the chat. And notice, this is the first time. If you feel inclined to donate to the channel, please do. Please do. I don't even ask for a certain amount. If you feel like donating, donate. D Ski, what's up, my boy? I ain't see you in a minute, my boy. Give me, oh man, HF. I ain't make you a moderator, man. Shit, gotta make you a moderator, man. I'm gonna go black pill for y'all for a minute.
hey, Charles, can you hear me?
Yo,
Oh, okay.
have you noticed that these motherfuckers who come up here to troll me, have you noticed these are the people they talk about the male loneliness for?
Yeah,
Have you noticed these are the motherfuckers that white women can't stand? Why do you think white women are coming to black men in droves?
because they're not, because the white boys ain't putting out a good product. It's choosing time, and they choosing, and
Why do you
they don't have
think
a good
every
product.
other race of woman is coming to the black man?
They don't have a good product to choose from over there, bro. They got to
Because a
travel.
lot of you niggas who troll me show how much of lacking that you really are. Did you notice that?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice that because of your trolling ways, instead of trolling me, you need to convince your bitch that you still the man? This lets me know how much white supremacy is not on life support, is dead.
Hey, Charles, can you hear me? Charles.
I'm back, folks. This lets me know how much white supremacy is dead. You too busy being in the fucking basement of your grandmother's fucking house. My man, Mr. Mario said, new to the channel, 10 minutes into your first live, instantly subscribe. Your logic is spot on and definitely relatable to the initiated. Keep up the work, champ. Keep it up, champ. Thank you, boy. I respect that. I love you. Thank you for subscribing to Little Old Me. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Recognize real. See, I'm not a racist. I'm a realist. Your bitch don't even recognize you as being the most masculine man anymore. And I'm gonna keep it 100% straight East Side Baltimore real. Straight down the hill. Hey, down the hill. Hands up, thumbs down real. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you. Appreciate you for the donation, my brother. Thank you. Whoo! See, for the $10 holler, thank you, bro. Hey, that going into the gas tank shit. You know these prices are fucked up. Whoo! I'm gonna be real with you. All you trolling motherfuckers are proving why your bitch don't like you. You too busy worrying about a small time black man who's surpassing you than being the conquerors of the earth used to be 500 years ago.
Can you hear me, Charles?
Oh, cloud and clear. Go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. That
Shut up.
white bitches are choosing because they don't have a good product in their backyard anymore.
Go in. We building your channel. Yo,
I
you.
mean, that's just how women are. Women go with winners. You can talk that racial superiority shit all you want. Yeah, I mean, if look at France when the Nazis took over Germany in World War II. For what, 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
And all them French women was out there screwing the German soldiers and marrying them and had babies with them and shit. Women go with winners, bro. All
Mm-hmm.
that ethnic pride shit and all that shit go out the window when it's crunch time. In America today, it's crunch time. Everybody losing jobs and shit. We talk about the 300,000 black women that lost jobs. A lot of white women lost jobs. Who they going to turn to? They going to turn to homie in the basement on the internet all day? Chad and Bill and Luke. They going to turn to they going to turn to them? Dog, if a white woman come across a black man that got his shit together, yo, she out of there. She gone. There ain't nothing you can do about it. This ain't the old days no more.
Let me explain this. The most American was that black American male throughout history. Don't debate me, debate your daddy and your mama. Your woman, like the Asian woman, the Arabic woman, the Native American woman, the Indian woman, the Hispanic woman, the African woman. BGS just played on his Black Gnostic channel how black women said you the big fish in the small pond. See, you have to create a narrative against us. Reality dictates. My homeboy was joking with me about my wrestling career. He said, you really think you were that good? I said, I don't have to say that I'm that good. I don't even have to show you the trophies and the medals. Let my competition tell you how good I was. Let all the people from Chris Berkeley, Rob, Cam, and all the people I coached. My son boxing. How do you know he's good? Ask the motherfucker he spars against. How do you know the 2001 Ravens were that damn good? Ask the competition they were against. That's the only time in NFL history you had 3 defensive players of the year on one fucking team. Ray Lewis, Ed Reed, Terrell Suggs. Facts over feelings. Your bitch chose. What my man say from the Mac? Your bitch chose. Pimps don't choose bitches. Bitches choose pimps. Am I lying, ABM? And do me a favor. Make sure my man can go live because we about to have another Black Pill Baltimore brother speaking the truth. Notice I'm not afraid to promote other people's channels. Not saying that I'm a little boy him, but that's part of my legacy. And if he gets more subscribers, he gets more notoriety than me, that tells you how good of a promoter and how good of a content creator if I brought you people who are even greater than me to the space and promoted them. And I pray that he does become big. Woo! I'm not afraid of putting people on, which is something we used to do in the black community, by the way. See, like ABM said, your bitch chose. Even though he got a deeper voice than me and he light skinned, which you gotta appreciate because that's just masculinity. But guess what? Me and him could joke about light and dark and we won't get offended because shit, we came up in the era, we joked about this shit, nobody got offended. But if we at the cigar lounge, the bar, somewhere, and somebody trying to come at my boy, I might be the first one to hit that nigga with a fucking right cross or a chair. But if somebody come at me, that motherfucker got a bat in his hand. See, we can joke about this shit, but you can't because you're not family. And I would never disrespect my brother. Okay? Just like my boy Ali. Shout out to him being another, just like ABM, successful married black man. When a nigga came to my house disrespecting, and shout out to my boy Leon, may he rest in peace, power in paradise. When dude came to my house disrespecting, you saw him and you saw before I got out my chair, you saw Ali and Leon get out their chairs about to fuck this motherfucker up on my behalf. See, a lot of you motherfuckers, like Anton, don't understand what true brotherhood is. If I give anybody a wrench in my channel, this is the only thing I ask. If that motherfucker don't come up here in 3 minutes, and that's 3 minutes on your time or anybody else's time, and the links in the chat, if they don't come up here in 3 minutes, time them out. That's the only directive the commander of the Black Line says. Because one thing in 2026, we're gonna stop all the bitch asses. Won't do that shit. I'm the proper speaking parochial private school boy who had to learn how to throw hands at Lake Clifton. All you niggas love Tupac, but I went to tougher schools than Tupac. Tupac wouldn't last in fucking Lake Clifton, would he?
Nah, man. Tupac was in a ballet class.
Think about this.
That's
Y'all,
fact.
thank you. This is a fellow Baltimorean who's giving you facts. He's older than me by a year. Hell, I got to get ABM to the cigar lounge. See, the fucked up part about it is Tupac picked ballet. I picked wrestling. I picked one of the oldest combat sports known to man. but everybody got a thug life tattoo. I was an intellectual putting people on their fucking neck. That motherfucker had to go to fucking California and Oakland. I stayed in this bitch. So did ABM. See, we could joke about certain shit because guess what? There's times you cracked on each other back when me and when ABM and myself went to school. You got your fucking, you had to be funny or you had to shut the fuck up. You automatically won if you made the teacher laugh. We don't do that feeling shit. And you know what's so sad? Going back to the military times, you got some thorough bitches who were in shape, who probably would be good in the infantry. And what's unfair to a lot of women is that a lot of these women who fucking suck their way to the top ruin it for them. I'm the champion for not only black men, but I'm also the champion for black women who put their fucking true foot forward. Who said, I'm not going to use my sexuality. I'm going to use my physicality, my mentality, my emotional fucking control, and my spirituality first. I'm surrounded by women who are great. What did my ex say last night about her kids? They went to college before I did. They surpassed me already. She had 3 kids in a divorce, and she got her 4-year degree. Look at my ex Sharon. She was in an abusive relationship, got her bachelor's, got her MBA, and got remarried. My exes are more accomplished than some of the bitches than some of you niggas out there dating married. And these are chicks I haven't touched in years. I can brag about chicks that I used to be with who are better than you. And you're a goddamn man. There's an old saying we said, and notice I kept fucking ABM's channel up, so I hope you motherfuckers subscribing. Notice, winners think about winning, losers think about the winner, and that's how I treat trolls. You think All Star G's worrying about a goddamn troll when he's taking care of him and his? You think ABM is worried about you punk motherfuckers when he's taking care of his family? Guys like me and him, even when our children fail at something and make a mistake, they're still more accomplished than you. Excuse me, let me go Baltimorean. You. Thank you, All Star G, for timing out that fucking clown. See, in DC, they call them bammers. In Baltimore, we call them clowns. Have you ever noticed the realer the conversation we speak, ABM, the more trolls come out? And you wonder why the bitch don't like
Facts.
you. Remember,
Facts.
remember last night how philosophical I was about comic book characters?
Yeah, can't wait to get. Can't wait for you to get that channel up.
Because I'm not going to just give you the power scaling which these young cats are doing. I'm giving you the reason why these characters are great because they're philosophical. You know what was the most beautiful part of fucking Wonder Woman 88? The second Wonder Woman movie is when she cheated, she had to take a consequence, right? They stopped her for competing. You know why people hated that? Because That's not just masculinity. That's just, if you didn't earn it, you can't get it. You know what's the beautiful thing about that second Wonder Woman movie, ABM, that was so beautiful?
What's that?
She had to give up something to save the world. She had to give up the love of her life she lost back in World War One. She had to give up. She had to do something you never seen in a female movie in decades. She had to make a sacrifice. That's philosophical deep shit, right?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think Wonder Woman is one of my favorite comic book characters? She's a warrior. But guess what's the one thing you never seen? Was she not feminine in all her movies?
Always has been, even the early comics.
She will hug a hero who went through a loss, but she will damn near take that sword and spear and put it through a fucking enemy without question. Why did I always say she is the Wolverine of the Justice League? And what did I say about Wolverine? The role of Wonder Woman and the role of Wolverine were very important to that team because they're going to do something that nobody else in the team is willing to do. And that's the one rule of every soldier and every cop. In order to preserve life, I may be called upon to take one. But because you have a lot of these feminine ass niggas, they're going to try to disagree with me. And you wonder why your woman don't respect you. I had philosophical debates with women who I loved and loved my dirty drawers. Think about it. We were talking for a whole year, didn't talk for 2 years and two and a half years. She's recovering from breast cancer. Just had her thyroid, half her thyroid taken out. Do you know when she had half her thyroid taken out? ABM? Monday. When I went to her house in PG, she cooked me a whole meal. Is that not love and respect? How many men can get a chick who had two breasts removed and put implants in, 4 weeks later get half her thyroid taken out, and out of love and respect for me, she cooked me a meal? What do you call that, ABM? What do you call that, chat? Hey, what's up, hands? See, when people accuse us for woman hating, you forget ABM's married. You forget a lot of my subscribers were married or in long term relationships, or some of them womanizing. A lot of you motherfucking trolls come over here, and all the attention you put into me, you need to put attention to yourself and fucking go to a gym, go to a suit and tailor store and get some fucking better clothing and look like a fucking adult. Some of you need to read a fucking book. Because really, when I start my comic book channel, I'm gonna fuck your head up with Kingdom Come. I'm gonna fuck your head up with the Dark Knight Returns. I'm gonna fuck your head up with the fucking Infinity Gauntlet. I'm gonna fuck your head up with the story arc of the Punisher. Welcome back, Frank. A lot of you motherfuckers don't even fucking read How great of a story. Remember All-Star G and everybody in the panel and chat? Superman versus the Elite. Did you know that was only one issue? The story was so good, it was called the best issue of that whole fucking 2000s decade. And that was a total philosophical, ideological book. When they try to make, when the elite thought that Superman was old fashioned, his thought process, his motivations did not fit in the modern world. And like, pun intended, like an all star G, Superman showed you what happens if I turn the knob up, not to kill you, not to kill you, but I'm going to show you what I'm about. When the motherfucker was doing all kinds of shit and used their powers a bit, he made, he literally went against a guy who had a fucking shield that was so invulnerable, nothing can harm him. So he said, this is how intelligent he was, Superman. He made hurricane force winds come at him so hard because he figured out you may be invulnerable to harm, but bitch, you still gotta breathe. So he sucked all the oxygen out of his lungs with those hurricane force winds he was creating. He even told the one dude, oh, I sent him into orbit so quick that his lungs popped. If you had super hearing, you could hear that. He hit another motherfucker with nerve strikes. And he said, what's wrong with truth and justice? It did me well. And he didn't have to kill one person. He just showed you, if I just let loose with a tenth of my abilities, you're in trouble. That whole Corey and that whole Anton shit, I'd have played him like a fool. Come on, Anton. Tell me what you believe in. You're a Christian, right? Tell me how much you know about that Bible, son. You want to placate your money? Last time I checked, your Lord and Savior didn't hang around the rich folks, did he? Last time I checked, Jesus Christ was around the rogues and vagabonds. Last time I checked, your Lord and Savior kicked over the tables and whooped some ass in the temple. Last time I checked, your Lord and Savior said the two greatest commandments is to love God with your heart, mind, and soul. And the second was to love your neighbor as thyself. Last time I checked, that Bible said, though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, though I offer my body to be burnt, if I do it without love and charity, it offers me nothing. Last time I checked, your Lord and Savior said, blessed are those who believe and never seen. But I forgot ABM in chat. I'm an ignorant nigga who didn't finish college. I'm sorry. Last time I checked, if I went to 5150, I wouldn't need a bodyguard. I'd have told Corey, can we smoke in this bitch? What you drinking on? I'm bringing a bottle. He would have asked me direct questions. I'd have gave him direct answers. You damn right. Jesus was that was the first time in history you heard belt the ass in that temple. Last time I checked, when I went to Philly, when I went to Atlantic City, I was good in every hood. Last time I checked, 2 years ago, when I went to Sarasota, Florida, I was with the millionaire motherfuckers that fit right in. I'm multifaceted. There's not one fucking cultural, social, economic ladder I don't fit. So dismiss me with your clown shit. Last time I checked, I put young black men on and paid them $100 every half an hour to protect celebrities. What have you done? What's that old commercial? What's in your wallet? I don't brag about money. There's times I got plenty of money. There's times I'm broke as shit. And I'm still the same motherfucker either way. Hell, All Star G, let's talk about since we gotta go back to the Bible, let's talk about one of the most thrill or one of the most fucking ruthless motherfuckers in the Bible, which was the shepherd boy David. David literally wowed out the entire Hebrew army, the whole army of Israel, wowed out his older brothers because he was the youngest of them all, and said, "You gonna let this Philistine swine insult our nation, our king, and worst of all, our God who delivered us from bondage? You are all pathetic. Get out my way. I'll face him." This is a teenage boy, approximately 15 years old, said, "I'm going to face a 9-foot giant. Give me 15 minutes to go to the riverbed, and I'm going to get 5 stones." ABM, do you know the purpose of David getting 5 stones?
No, sir. Schoolers.
David had so much faith in God, he said, "I'm only going to need 1 stone for you. Do you know who the other 4 were? I'm coming after I'm done with you. I'm coming after your 4 brothers." He knew he wasn't going to miss. That's some thorough shit, isn't it?
That's why he's the king.
What is the old saying in the Bible? If God is for us, what?
Nothing can be against us.
Thank you. He had so much faith in God that I don't need these 4 stones in case I miss, because I ain't missing, motherfucker. I'm coming for your brothers. David was not about David was with the shits. He was full of, you insult his God, you had to go. There was no negotiations. There was no, "Oh, can we talk about it?" No, you insulted my nation, my king, and my God. He said, "I got to put foot to ass." He said, he even told David, he even told Goliath, by the end of this day, you will not see the night. You will not even see the sunset when I'm through with you. When the king Saul was shook, only one man in Israel was a little 15-year-old shepherd boy. Even when Saul was so jealous he came up against him, he snuck up against him in the cave, cut off a piece of his cape, and Saul came out there and he came on top of that mountain and said, "Saul, if I wanted you dead, you'd have been dead and you wouldn't even known it." When he gave him a piece of his fabric. Saul said, "Any man who can challenge this giant. He can marry my daughter and he can name his price of whatever riches he wants. David didn't even do it for the money. He didn't even do it for the daughter. He did it for his God. I ask you, modern black man, what the fuck is your conviction? What the fuck is your conviction? You think you the man of the house, but you can't make a decision because you got a lousy bitch in your house?
Uh,
This man said, I'll face a giant. This man, this man said, God prepared me. See, Ray,
oh,
hey,
one thing I noticed too, Charles, and what you said to add, I basically came with this though, right? Because as you know, these bastards and bastards who like to do things in the darkness, and then act all obtuse and shit like that when they're put on the spotlight. Um, One of the things I noticed that dudes like to do who are like that, of that mindset, they get jealous of those of us who have awakened into our masculinity, blessed by God, amen. Whose backs have not been bent and who do not wear a purse, who stand with our chest out and chin out, damn it, and ready to come with the fierceness of a damn lion, but the wisdom and guidance needed, to be a solid man. And they will get jealous of you, so therefore and try to attack you for standing up against women.
shout out to All Star G. That was the first time in history that somebody said, on God. On God. Oh, bet.
Hey, I shared your Orlando interview, and man, looking at it for the second time, damn great job, son. You hear me? Hey, articulate and just hey, it was very like I was like, damn, there was questions, you asked them, and what y'all talked about. I wouldn't think to come up with those kind of questions. I would have came like with my own different set of questions, but the questions you came with, it was very, very intriguing, and it makes it like, it keeps it to having like replay value, you know.
I'm so thank you for that. And that was a damn good interview, was it not?
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I was like, and I said in my stream, I'm like, God bless him and thank him for, even though it was like what, 11 minutes or whatever, but it was still a golden 11 minutes. And, and that's 11 minutes of, this man's time, what I mean, which is precious because he's a creator, and he's blessed with black excellence, what I mean? And so, and he's on the straight and narrow and he's not no coon. So, amen. Praise God for that, man. God bless Orlando Jones.
And the craziest part about that shit, right, is that a lot of brothers out there,
And he's a geek too.
he's
Yeah.
a geek. I just posted, thank you for reminding me, I just posted that shit in my community tab. That shit showed you how multifaceted a brother in this space can be.
And so much so to where um I forgot, that he said that, but when he said it again, I was like, damn, that's right. He did voice act in that. He voice acted in two different of the games of Halo, of the
Yeah,
Halo franchise.
yeah. And what's funny is that you realize something very, very distinct. When
Hey, brother
when
Charles, keep talking. I'm cooking right now, so I'm listening to you. I got my earbuds in.
hey, I'm cooking verbally, you cooking physically. But when you look at how black men had to be great, not because of, but in spite of, and in spite of the obstacles that are placed upon us, People get upset when you speak truth. Why are so many trolls trying to stop guys like me promoting ABM's channel and speaking the raw truth? If I hated black women, even my friend said, "Would you vote for a woman as president?" I said, "I would have voted." Two people I would have voted for over Trump. It would have been Condoleezza Rice and Larry Hogan if they were teamed up together. I don't care who would have ran for president. I don't care who would have been vice president. They automatically would have my vote. You know why? Because their track record proves them so. When that Republican governor gave everyday black people the right to carry and protect themselves, you are with me. When that Republican governor put more money in education than any other governor in the last 50 years, which means he put more money into a lot of these black schools, you are with me. But the problem is, the reason why a lot of you motherfuckers don't support Condoleezza Rice is because she had an R in the back of her name. The reason why you don't like her is because she credits her father for her success. The reason why you don't like her is because she's not on some ratchet shit. Y'all don't even promote her as the first black female Secretary of State. Hell, she might have been the first female Secretary of State. But people don't like that shit.
And she didn't have to sleep with anybody. She didn't have to bang some mayor from Oakland.
Can you say that again for the people in the back?
Hey, she earned it. Condoleezza Rice earned her shit. Her resume speaks for itself. There's no blemishes on her shit. But
Peace.
y'all let a half, not even an all the way black, a half black chick with an Indian background and alleged black father, because until Kamala Harris and her alleged black daddy get on camera together, I'm not gonna call her black.
And if you ever notice, her black daddy denounced her. Ain't that a bitch? There's a
Hey Charles, forgive me for changing the subject, but hey, did you know about Shannon Sharp got that Netflix deal?
No, I didn't hear that. Please educate me.
Yeah, he moving over to Netflix, man.
Hmm. Make your money, nigga.
What? Hold on. I stepped away or whatever. I'm cool. I gotta let that shit brown some more. Boy. I ain't like them white folks. Damn it. I gotta have my meat brown. You hear me? Uh, but yeah, damn, dude. That reminded me. Speaking of women in such, in different positions and stuff like that, and resumes or whatever. I don't know if y'all seen. I know y'all have your own feelings about O'Shea or whatever, but that nigga posted a video, man, about female bosses and shit. That a lot of black women are getting tired of working with or having females as leaders in the job. So they're tired of it.
I'm going to tell you the same thing Al Bundy told us 30, almost 40 years ago. Women know women. That's why they all hate each other.
And there was one dude that man, he dropped it. I was like, yes, about damn time. One dude, because he did gives different takes or whatever in one video from different people. And there was one guy he showed in that same video that basically said, a younger dude, he was like, man, like working with black females, man, like black female managers, like on these lower level jobs, like warehouses and shit like that. He's like, man, with these chicks, you gotta. It's like, I mean, if you ain't basically being their court jester, and playing like, trying to be their best friend and shit, or trying to get them, or even like pre-select in their eyes. If you're not that, then they're gonna give you a hell of a hard time. So I'm like, yeah, that shit got to stop because that type of shit gets in the way. And most places I go to, I don't give a damn where it is, like gas stations, grocery stores, hardware stores. There's always a damn female manager. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? What the hell is going on?
Why? Because females don't do traditionally well working together.
Why these bitch made ass motherfuckers put these bitches in position?
Oh, I'll tell you that. That's easy
Oh.
because and I mean this sincerely. A lot of times those broads they fuck their way into that position.
Hmm.
I am not just saying that. This is shit I've seen in real time.
This is shit I've seen in the department and the military. Let me
This
explain.
bitch don't know shit, but hey, somebody liked her and she sucked them off or she fucked them or whatever. Next thing you know, she's a manager and
I've
she's
dealt
dumb as a bag of rocks.
I've dealt with chicks.
A whole Joy Taylor.
I've dealt with chicks who I dealt with, right? Who were fucking E3s and E4s, were fucking their first sergeant at E8 on the low. But do you think I could get away with that if I had a female first sergeant? Probably, but not as highly on the probability scale as a female. And they're proud of this shit. So you're telling me that when it came to a lot of shit, and when it comes to a lot of shit in the world, these women out here coming out here, they're never challenged. They're never told that, hey, you got to struggle like the rest of them.
Hey
Last
nigga, I was just reminding nigga, hey, those bitches in the military now. I was told shit. I gotta look and see the percentage, and contrast and compare between that and college. But I was told it's damn near no different when it comes to the false accusations or the sexual or SA accusations.
it goes down. So why aren't you going to the infantry? Why aren't you going to special forces? Have you noticed the so-called women who graduated Ranger School? They didn't go to the regiment. They didn't go fight with the men. They hurried up and got out the army so they could give speeches and make money. You didn't go to Ranger School, and guess what? You can't find their records anywhere because they got rid of them because they failed multiple times. You think men were given the opportunity to fail multiple times through one of the hardest 90 days of any training body's life? You're going to tell me somewhere where you're known for losing 25 to 35 pounds, lack of sleep, jumping out of planes, going from jungle warfare to mountain warfare, and you got to jump to each fucking place, urban warfare, and you going to tell me these women outdid men who were in way better shape than them? You going to tell me some little buzz cut bitch who had two kids is going to fucking outdo a fucking 21-year-old male?
He said buzz cut. Well, you might as well add a buzz cut with blue hair.
You gotta fucking kid me. You can't fucking no. Do you do, when you put an athletic woman against an athletic male, it looks like comic books. You're y'all need to go to some of my archives and some of my lives. I had the interview with the white blonde haired female Marine captain. And she said when she tried to go to Ranger school, number one, her menstrual cycle was off. Number two, she said she looked at those dudes in Ranger school and it was like looking at a goddamn superhuman compared to her. And she was in the 99 percentile of fitness for females. Do you know where the 99 percentile of fitness for females is comparative to for the male side? And the bottom 60 for males.
You talking about like in performing and all that stuff?
ET and the physicality, yeah. You're the top 0.1% of all females in fitness on the planet, but you only rank in the bottom 60 of males.
Hey, you seen that video? I think it's kind of old now. It's like one video of that one big white bitch. She was like big and muscular, boy, like really muscular, but she ended up having this jujitsu match with this one dude, and she ends up losing.
You had big muscular guys fighting jiu-jitsu guys and they got submitted. What the fuck you think was going to happen?
And
See,
when they when they meet up, right, and they take their pictures and shit, and they look at each other, doing like the little press conference and stuff like that, and yeah, he ends up grabbing her by the face and ended up kissing her, and she didn't like that shit.
you got to think about it, right? Why did everybody get mad at John McEnroe when he said, Serena is the greatest female tennis player, but he said overall she wouldn't be able to compete with the men. And you hear all these people, how dare you say that? She's the greatest tennis player. And then Serena had to try to save face. Well, he needs to mind his business. But then, once again, this internet motherfucker will expose us all.
Isn't that Osaka chick? She's still decent, ain't she?
I don't even know if she's playing. She
Uh,
she committed class suicide by getting pregnant by a fucking D boy. You could
oh
say
damn!
she got pregnant by a rapper. Dumb bitch. You could have been fucking married to one of the royal families of one of the royal family members of fucking Japan. But no,
Motherfuckers gonna type. Motherfuckers gonna type in the stream. Gonna be like, how come? How come you say that about her? Don't say that about her.
yeah, she's an introvert, so she can't handle the bright lights. Here's the crazy part. Did you know Serena Williams and her sister Venus went 1-on-1 against the number 200th male in the professional leagues, and they got their asses handed to them. They said he hit the ball so fast they couldn't perceive it.
So hot damn. Yeah.
But yet, women can do what men can do.
Now, there was one dude, boy. Yeah, it was like an MMA match he had. Like this one fat white dude fighting up against like three different females. He beat all three of their ass.
And the fucked up part about it is this. Motherfuckers think until you do something very drastic, that's when they know shit gets real. And the craziest part is when we look at masculinity, you don't know what masculinity is until the world shows you what it needs. When the Ukraine war happened, how many women said, I'm going to stay and fight?
Yeah, like even in this anime, bro, when it's like nothing but war, like battle. Like I haven't seen like that many females in there at all. Like maybe just a few. That's it. Well, four.
And then here's the fucked up part. When men make the world easier, that's when women talk their biggest shit. And I tell people all the time, why you gotta talk shit to the man protecting you?
That is so true.
You know, men need to take a new philosophy that we forgot the first Batman movie with Christian Bale, Batman Begins. This should be the new 2024, 2026 motto. I ain't gotta kill you, but I ain't gotta save you either.
Man, and this anime dude is crazy because like they got two females. One is a one female, right? It's called the Mountain King. But actually, she's a Mountain Queen. You know, because it was revealed that she was a woman. She was a woman. So, uh, 'cause everybody thought it was a man, obviously. But no. And then there's another one who this bitch, she ain't no joke. She likes to kick this one motherfucker around, and he just loves to get kicked too in the face. He loves to get kicked too in the face by this war general, this female war general. Man, like, and she kicked this one motherfucker's chin and basically snapped his neck like with a straight kick. I'm like, oh man, like y'all will put that kind of shit in here. I'm like, you know what, but I'll deal with it. But it's not saturated, thank God. But I'll deal with it.
hmm it's so funny, right? When motherfuckers look at it. And we're gonna go back to Anton and Corey for a minute. I've looked at so many content creators. Oh, when he said this sucking dick shit, I should have fought. Spoken like a poor nigga. And you know what's so sad about speaking like a poor nigga? These niggas aren't used to money. Because guess what? Did you know Anton was caught saying, I haggle people at courtside just to get one of those basketball players to try to come at him? And he gonna sue. Why would you haggle people just so they could come at you to sue? This is the reason why I said if you really investigated Anton, I don't think he actually grew up with a bunch of regular people. Because
So
he's
you
a
so therefore you think I'm about to tend to my food real quick, but I'm gonna say this. So you therefore with that said, you think that it's true when he made that statement that he don't has no he don't has no friends, nobody, family or friend members that never been to jail.
in order for you not to have any friends and family members that haven't went to jail, it's the same thing. Like AB, I'm gonna tell you, it's the same thing from a motherfucker from Old Court or Milford Mill claiming Baltimore City. You don't know anybody because you never grew up in the same atmosphere as they did. Out of all the time Anton been online, did he ever talk about growing up? Did he grow up poor? Did he have to grow up in the city? Think about this, right? Well, black man, with the exception of A.B. Spears, who went on 5150 and they needed a bodyguard with him. What black man had to do that? I'm asking. If you cool with people, people would have been like, yo, can we drinking on this bitch? Let's talk. I know you're gonna crack your jokes. I'm gonna crack mine. But guess what? Can we make money? Just like Anton and maybe Corey gonna ride the wave. Why aren't you riding the wave where they giving away this free money? Off of this beef, this free exposure.
So that means Corey will get into it with Saint and Sinner then possibly.
Huh? I mean, you have to look at this shit, right? If a man says we could go out back, when you know the only way we can get out the studio is out back, you're not with it. And what's homeboy's? And what's homeboy? I forgot who he was. A younger dude who caught one of that shit. A lot of people out there get mad because what? Your emotions involved. But but you don't understand why that happens. Because a lot of you young motherfuckers are not taught to fight. You're not taught to have discipline.
Hey, Charles, somebody want to come up. Say he need advice about his wife. Uh,
Mr. Smith, what's up? Mr. Smith, you got 5 seconds.
So sorry, I didn't know I could unmute. Yeah, my wife's mad at me, right? So I was talking to her, right, about like how like black
Hold
men keep winning,
on,
oh,
you
for
know.
fuck's sakes, Jesus!
I asked her how she felt
Here we
about
go.
P. Diddy, and
Come
she
on, let's
said
hear it.
she
Let's hear it,
didn't.
bro.
Hold on. I don't know how they do in your community. I don't know if you're black, white, whatever. Hello,
No,
how
he's
you?
definitely white. He's definitely white.
Definitely white. Hello, how you doing? We got to use manners when we come. Hello, how you doing?
Sorry, I apologize about that.
He's
Introduce.
coming with the
I'm
troll
half.
shit.
I'm half. I'm half of the dad, you know. Then he left.
Where are you from? Who are you? What you
Sound
I'm
about?
from
like Tom.
Miami.
Sound like Tom Likas.
Your dad,
I'm like this.
you're half black. Let me make sure I heard this right. You're half black, and your black dad left your white mother. Did I just hear that?
Yep.
Right. Okay,
So,
troll. Let's hear it.
so wait a minute.
My mom is a bitch. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. She is a bitch. I don't get in line for anymore. So I don't blame her for leaving. I'll say
Wait,
that.
wait a
And I'd
minute.
like to talk bad about my mother though.
Whoa! Can't overspeak the host. What
Sorry.
does what does your dad and your mom's relationship has to do with your relationship with your woman?
Sorry. I was just explaining my ethnicity since I was asked about
In
it.
other words, the relationship of your mom and dad has nothing to do with your ethnicity.
No, sir.
So if you're gonna troll, please troll better.
I just want to talk about my wife, sir.
What's about your wife?
So, have you been married, if I may ask?
No.
Well, I got one thing to say. Don't get married, you know, because that she's a fucking bitch. When I met her 2 years ago, at the fucking beach, she was fucking fine as fuck. She was fucking smooth as butter voice. I loved every second of it.
Now we're gonna cut down to the bullshit. What's the issue that you have with your wife?
She keeps thinking I'm a bitch or a pussy, as she likes to call it. I got a bunch of other names she likes to call me. And she says that
If you married a, I'm gonna say this. I'm not a counselor. Here's the part, dude. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be very quick with it.
yeah,
If a woman gets a bad child's father, that's on her. You know why? She chose to say, that man's genetic code deserves to be in the next generation.
Right.
If a man picks a wife, that's your decision because we pick who we date and say, you're my girlfriend, and we pick who we say is my wife.
Well, if I may ask, can I be your boyfriend? You sound cute. Surely that.
And maybe that's why your wife thinks you're a bitch. You know,
Oh, the troll gone that fast?
oh, that fast. What's up?
I keep telling you, yo, these motherfuckers, yo, they so busy and they're online. I hate Jews groups and shit, yo. Like, dude, go and get you a white woman and make white babies.
Yeah. But see, what did I say earlier? This is why your bitch is choosing us and not you.
Yeah,
Because we don't go to other people's channels to troll. They see this is the funniest thing. Can I go black pill about this white supremacy ending shit?
go for it.
I'm gonna be very scathing for a minute, okay? Not just real, but scathing. That shows you how bad and how clownish and how ridiculous you are to your women. The economy is changing. You've noticed that black men are gaining jobs, and you sterile motherfuckers still try to play this ethnocentristic bullshit. Go look it up, you white motherfucker, and some of you black motherfuckers. This ethnocentristic shit that you gotta come over here and troll, but guess what? You coming over to my platform trying to troll, which I got you out of there before you could say any stupid shit. And you wonder why there's a black guy banging out your mom, banging out your sister, and if you even somehow, by the miracle of the universe and every god we can name, have a daughter of age, there's a reason why a black dude is banging her out. Because they're tired of their sissy ass representation of masculinity in their culture that you become. Listen and hear me clear. There's a reason why you are going extinct. It's not just because 50% of white men in Europe and America who are white, once again, emphasizing that, are sterile. It's not what I said. This is what y'all scientists said. It's not because, well, not only because white supremacy is dying and you can't rely off of nepotism like you used to. It's because when the chips are down, instead of working about and worrying about becoming a better man, you gotta troll another man that's better than you. And you fail miserably at that. Have you ever noticed that all the weirdos of that fucking society sound the same? You sound like Woody, what's the dude name? Woody, the one who married his stepdaughter.
Woody Allen.
Yeah, you notice all these motherfuckers sound like that weird ass motherfucker Woody Allen. If a black man adopted a child or a daughter, is he gonna try to marry that daughter? No, because this is why if a black man adopts a child, that's his child. He's not grooming that child to be his girlfriend or boyfriend. That's his child. You motherfuckers are so sick in the head that even your own LGBT community rebukes you. The transgender community is more masculine than you in your white society. It was the white. I need permission again. Can I go black pill? Because I'm going to go in again.
Let's go.
It was the white transgender community who said children should not be subjected to this behavior. It was you and people like you and your liberal white woman who said it's okay to do this shit. When there were plenty of white transgender people who said children should be children. But you motherfuckers who sound like Woody Allen come up on these panels and instead of becoming a better man, go to a gym, go redo your resume, go take a bath, become a much more worldly man, meditation, prayer, or whatever you need to do. You come up here and waste your time and you fail miserably. This is the proof in the pudding that you just showed, that we just heard, that if it wasn't for white supremacy, you.
It's the Jews, dude.
Mm-hmm. It's sad, right? You blame the Jews, you Austrian German motherfuckers, you Prussian fucking Empire motherfuckers, because that's basically what it is. Germanic tribes in the Prussian Empire, which is basically what the Nazis based themselves off of. Come on now, it's historical fact. You dumb motherfuckers don't realize this. You had to make. How is it that y'all subjugated the Jews, but the Jews are doing better than you? You
Because they was
try
too busy worrying about black people.
exactly. And the fucked up part about it is, even your own race of people don't like guys like you. Guys like you were getting swirlies. And I used to be like, no, don't give this nigga a swirly. But guess what? Because your mother had to fuck your way to get to a decent high school or college, like Forrest Gump's mom, that a lot of you motherfuckers, if it wasn't for nepotism, you wouldn't be shit. If we took racism out the equation when it came to work, you motherfuckers would be homeless. Let's just call a fucking spade a spade. If all you people who want to troll, and I do have some white subscribers who are thorough as shit, some good ass white boys and white women, but you're an embarrassment to your own culture and race. The same way we say, like ABM and myself say constantly for a long time on this panel, the thug doesn't represent us. The thug is not the quintessential male of us. I could bring, I could literally go on a fucking executive tour, executive protection tour, and manage that whole room. And look at throughout the room before they get settled. I want to see if there's any listening devices. I might even have a fucking can with a straw in it, just so I can make enough reverberated noise to find where's the fucking mark. The craziness about this is that number one, you just proved to the world of your inferiority complex. Let's just be honest. Once again, I had a chick who's recovering from her breast cancer and thyroid surgery who said it was a pleasure to cook for me. But motherfuckers like him, they can't even get through the drive through. And this is where you lose. And I'm not racist. But this is where you lose. And then you walk around with this insufferable attitude. And it's crazy because you don't even hear what your woman was saying about you for 10 years.
I mean, that's pretty much what it boils down to, man.
Yeah,
White women do not have a lot to pick from as it pertains to the white race.
yeah.
Y'all
She
not making money like you used to. The economy screwed up. Rent is
50%,
$2,000.
50% of your males are sterile.
The average price of a home is over 400 grand. You can't money your way into pussy. What the fuck can y'all do anymore?
And
And
that's the
then your women see you online doing this shit.
and,
Like you could just go and bag a white bitch, but you don't feel you can. You got every excuse in the book. It's the Jews, it's the blacks, it's the immigrants. Listen, I voted for Trump, but here's the thing. Y'all thought Trump was going to be some great white hope.
mm-mm.
And he's not even America first, like he told y'all he was.
And here's the fucked up part. He's trying to maintain a fucking empire. And a lot of you niggas are just gonna be sacrificial lambs. Sorry.
Pretty much. And that hurts. That hurts this generation of white men. You're probably never going to own land. Well, you most likely you'll never own land. Probably never going to own a house. You can't afford a woman.
Mm. Don't go there now. Don't go there with these idiots.
Then every time you see a commercial with a white woman and a black man in a fucking house together, y'all go batshit because your little white egos are so fragile, and you're mad at everybody else in the world because it's not 1940 anymore.
Of
Blame your boomer granddaddies.
people like to talk shit about our grandfathers who are boomers. See, they do the best they can with lesser resources. You motherfuckers can literally live off the land 10 times over, including your colognes. Why don't you? You know why? Because number one, when it comes to fun and decency, most black people are not that. Most black people think we should have a moderate mindset, but we need you to somehow, some way, turn into a world beater overnight. It's it's sad. And what happens, it bites them in the ass all the time. And a lot of this shit really in real life are easy fixes. But some people love the comfort of being a socially awkward nerd. I'm lost for words with this shit. You spent all your time. What's up, Mother? You spent all your time trying to troll. But white boy, you gotta understand. Not only is the black man coming back with a vengeance this year to take your jobs that you were too lazy to work, they're taking their time, their managerial time, and they put it aside this honey. And a lot of times, honey does a good thing of coating your throat when you have a sore throat or you had some throat related injuries. The easy shit, the old school shit to fix this mess. It was you, white boy, who didn't even want to fucking go through with the rest of the plan. Yeah. Mm. Life is such a fucking dream, man. Let me get out of here. I'm getting tired of shit. Any last words, ABM? Peace.